All right, good morning, everybody. Good to see you. Welcome to the Residential Energy Code tag for Washington State
Morning.
for June the 13th. Awesome to see so many of you here. Um, a few introductory remarks, and then we'll get to all the good stuff. Um, Last week we discussed proposals, but we couldn't vote on them officially because the council had not officially voted them to the tag. Now that has happened. So this week we'll go through some of the same proposals we went through last week. My hope is we will not reiterate the same discussion we had last week. We will maybe summarize that in some ways and then be able to vote some of these forward or down quickly and move on. We have a lot of proposals to cover. Um, Another note, feel free to reach out to people on the tag or people who submitted proposals. Um, all of these are in the public domain now, all the proposals, so you can suggest a modification for somebody else's proposal. You can also reach out to them as a proponent. If someone has a good idea, feel free to reach out to them as well. We want a lot of work to happen outside of the tag meeting so that we get good language, vetted language that comes back to the tag that we can more easily look at, review, and approve or deny. Krista has a list of all the tag members, so you can email her and get people's email addresses if you need to. The only rule is you cannot email a quorum or half of the tag at once, or have a meeting with half of the tag or more at once. That would violate the Open Public Meetings Act, which requires that we provide disclosure, and some people would consider it an open public meeting if you emailed half the tag. In theory, bad things could happen. So as long as you don't include half the tag or more, it's fine. Please reach out, help people with our language and ideas. I'm sorry the schedule has gotten so late for the residential energy code tag. We will be meeting a bit in the summer, and some of you will have vacations, and I apologize in advance for that. It just can't be helped based on the schedule of how we needed to approach the codes this cycle. So we have a meeting today. We've had one meeting in the past, 2 weeks ago. We have the meeting today. We have a meeting on the 20th from 8:30 to 3. We'll have a meeting on the 27th from 10 to 3. We'll have a meeting on the 11th of July from 8:30 to 3. We're skipping July 4th. We figured that would not be a good day to have a meeting. And then it goes to the MVPE committee and the council. So hopefully between today and the three other meetings, we will be able to get through all the proposals. And I also wanted to note, you can always go back, usually a day or two after the tag meeting. The recording is posted on the council website. So if you go to the calendar on the council website, you can watch the meeting if you missed something, or if someone said something and you're like, oh, who was that person who said it, or had a great comment on your proposal. So feel free to watch those. You can also watch them on 1.5 speed to make it faster. And then there's also a transcript, an auto transcript that goes along with it, so you can kind of read as well. So I find that really helpful to go back and see what happened at the last tags. Okay, so those are my introductory remarks. Welcome. Let's take a roll call and see who's here.
Okay, Chell Anderson,
I'm here.
Julie Blazek,
Here.
Alexis Suggs,
Here.
Kim Barker,
Here.
Nate Giller, Dwayne Johnlin,
Here.
Jason Garuth,
Here.
Jonah Kinchie said he wasn't going to be available until 10 o'clock, I believe. Albert Rooks was unavailable today. Joel Ward, Gavin Tenold, John Lang, Greg Davenport.
Here.
Shailesh Desai was also not available today. Irina Respetness.
Here.
Brian Russo.
Here.
Kevin Duell.
Here.
Elizabeth Torsky.
Present.
Poppy Storm.
Here.
Patrick Hanks.
Here, and I apologize. I have to leave in about an hour. Have a previous commitment. Thank you.
Wade Craig was unavailable today. Larry Andrews.
Present.
Rick Blumenthal.
Good morning.
Ann Anderson.
Here.
Tom Balderston.
Here.
Michael Brazgala.
Here.
Shane Nillis.
Here.
Luke Howard was unavailable. Nick Manning.
Here, although apologies, I have to run out around 1 p.m. as well.
Greg Johnson.
Present.
Michael Beanland. Deepa Savarajan.
They'll be on later.
And Johnny Kocher.
Here. Present.
And we do have a quorum.
Great. Thanks everybody for being here, for contributing your brilliance to what we're doing today. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us. We will cover the proposals in the order they are here, but Patrick Hanks and others may be gone at various points, so we will not cover a proposal if the proponent is not here. We'll just have it at a different meeting. Anybody want to make a motion to approve the agenda or move something on the agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Let's look at the meeting minutes from May 30th. And again, this was a meeting where we could not take official votes on moving proposals forward or denying them. But we did form a work group or two, and then I think we came to general consensus on several proposals as well.
Motion to
Move.
approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as written. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay, we are on to the first proposal, and I want to mention that the first two are very similar. We discussed the first one, which is Greg Johnson 002. And just as a summary, I rewatched the part of the meeting and we discussed it last week. A work group was formed. What I heard was that this might be possible for next cycle. We can discuss again if necessary, but we have a lot else to cover. So if that's still the general consensus of the group, that this is probably something for next cycle and not this cycle, then I'd rather dispense with it quickly than have all the same discussions we had last week. So I think Greg and Patrick, do you agree that yours are fairly similar? 002 and 026?
Yes, they're very similar.
Yep.
We wrote,
Okay.
I mean, I didn't even know Patrick was writing one like that, but so we wrote them independently, but yes, they were similar, ended up being similar.
I would agree.
Okay, cool. So I guess we can, I just wanted the tag to know that. So I guess, Greg, what I heard last week is that this might be better as a work group that would work towards something next cycle rather than this cycle. It's your proposal. You can do with it what you want, but if that's your general thought, then I think we should, disapprove it or do something else with it like that. If you want to continue discussing it, we can do that. I think we held a kind of a proxy vote last week, a couple of them, and we got some information out of that about how the tag felt about working on this. Did you have any further thoughts, Greg, on what you want to do with this?
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything to add to the discussion beyond what we already discussed last time. So I don't know if I think it'd be good to let Patrick, if he had anything else to add, and then maybe we dispense with the vote.
Okay.
Has the work group met at all since last week?
No, and really the straw poll was, even if the work group, there was a, which I think I counted a straw poll that majority of people were interested in maybe doing something for next cycle, but even if we have the best thing ever, the straw poll seemed to be that people weren't interested in considering it this cycle.
I was just thinking, if there was another proposal that the tag, since last week wasn't exactly an official meeting where we had the proposals at our level, just kind of a cursory look. If there was another proposal and we said, we'll form a work group, would we want to vote before that work group had deliberated and at least discussed it, or would we want to at least give them time, a week or two, to have a meeting and discuss it and then vote based off their recommendation?
If I could
I
speak,
think that's possible. Go ahead, Dwayne.
My recollection of our last meeting was that it was pretty decisively decided not to, by the majority here, not to move forward with this cycle, not to try to fix it, to focus on the other work we have to do instead. So I'd move to disapprove.
Okay, motion to disapprove. Did you say both of them?
Yes.
002 and 026.
Yes.
I'll second that motion. This is Greg.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I guess just to be completely fair here, Patrick, you agree that your proposal is similar to Greg's, but I guess you weren't here to present your proposal. I don't want you to feel like shorted that somehow you weren't able to present your proposal, even though you've agreed it's similar to one we did discuss. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove both and a second for it. Is there further discussion?
Sorry, I should raise my hand, I guess.
It's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that this motion would be made at some point, and I think we all know how the vote will likely go. I just think, in fairness, it might have been nice if I was a primary member, I would have probably made a motion to table or postpone, and then just have a short little discussion on it later, a few weeks from now. Let the work group meet, and I'm sure the work group would recommend to consider it next cycle. But that's just, if it wasn't my proposal, if it was somebody else's proposal, that's what I would have done. But I understand people will probably just want to dispense with it now. Thank you.
Patrick, it is your proposal. It is one of them that's in the current motion, 002 and 026, 026, which is yours. You could make a motion to table if you wanted.
I'm not a primary tag member, so I don't think I can make a motion.
Oh, okay. Sorry. For some reason, I thought you were. Okay. All right. Well, no one's made a motion to table, so we will go ahead, Larry. Larry, I do not hear you if you're talking. You might
I'd
be
make a
talking.
motion to table 026 for a week to give Patrick at least time to speak his piece. I mean, I think that's only fair. Everybody else has had a chance to talk. And I mean, he did take the time to make the proposal. Even though it's similar, I think it'd be good to at least let him have a chance to speak.
Right, I
Thanks.
did offer him a chance to speak just now. But if it sounds like the proposal of the table is so that the work group could meet and he could speak with that. Is that the intent?
That's the intent.
Okay, there's a motion to table 026, which, yeah, is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that. This is Kevin.
Okay, we have a motion to table 026. If we table this, we'll go back to the main motion, which would be to disapprove 002. Let's do a roll call vote on the motion to table 026.
Hang on a second, I'm having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
Something crashed.
Oh no.
Bummer.
It happens though. I think last week I was on my phone for the first couple minutes because my computer needed a critical update right exactly when the meeting was started and just shut down.
Okay. Julie Blazik.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's taken so long. I forgot the motion was to table it,
The
correct?
motion is to table 026.
Okay. Yes.
Kim Barker.
No.
Wayne Johnlin.
No.
Jason Garud.
Yes.
Gavin Tenold. Oh, sorry. Greg Davenport.
No.
Irina Respetness.
No.
Kevin Duell.
All right. Yes.
Poppy Storm.
No.
Larry Andrews.
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal.
Yes.
Tom Balderston.
Yes.
Shane Nillis.
Yes.
Nick Manning.
No.
Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Johnny Kocher.
No.
Motion carries 8-7.
Motion carries 8-7. It is tabled. 026 is tabled till next week. We're back to the main motion, which is disapprove 002. All in favor of disapproving 002, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay. All right, we'll do a roll call vote on it.
Hey, Julie Blazik.
Yes.
Kim Barker.
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Jason Garud.
No.
Was that a no?
I was a no.
Thank you. Greg Davenport.
Yes.
Irina Respetness.
Yes.
Kevin Duell.
Again, I forgot where we're going
The
here.
motion is to disapprove 002.
Okay, so no.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Larry Andrews.
No.
Rick Blumenthal.
No.
Tom Balderston.
Yes.
Shane Nillis.
Yes.
Nick Manning.
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Johnny Kocher,
Yes.
motion carries 10-5.
Okay, motion carries 10-5. We have disapproved 002 and tabled 026. We are off to 023, Hank. So Patrick, you have the floor. Solar ready zones, I believe.
All right, thank you. This was another proposal that came out of BIW's town hall with members and speaking with them. And we looked at this provision that came from the IECC, and they thought that there was elements of it that was unnecessary and would sort of be burdensome in the terms that these aren't really areas that typically the building official would consider at the plan of the review. And so we tried to propose scaling it back a little bit. So there's still good necessary information, but we're not putting in anything that we wouldn't have to do at that point in the permitting process. That's kind of the simple explanation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So Patrick, the electrical roughage would still occur for solar ready. It just wouldn't be inspected. Is that the intent?
Yeah, typically what I heard from builders is they typically put in as little electrical information in the building permits as possible. It's not that it's definitely going to be inspected by electrical, but it's just they try to only put in what's absolutely necessary into the building plans. And so if you start, just to save time in the process of not having to put unnecessary information in the building plans that the building official won't necessarily be reviewing.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at 107.2.5 where electrical orphan is stricken. So you're saying it's still going to get inspected. It's just doesn't need to be in the code.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, something semi-related. So when I was reviewing this proposal, it caused me to look at the language that was being struck, and I realized we have an error in there. I mean, more or less, it's, so we list in there that we shall verify conduit and pre-wiring from solar ready zone to electrical panel. When you're hooking up solar, so we've had this issue in our areas, people have their electrical, they want to add solar for an existing house. I know this is for new, and for an existing house, and they don't have any circuit breaker space available in their panels, and they don't want to do a big giant main electrical service upgrade. And so I came up with some solutions for customers in our service territory, gave them 3 different options on how they don't necessarily have to hook it to the main electrical panel. You can actually hook it to an outdoor disconnect, or you could put in dual lugs on the meter. And so there's a couple different options where you can hook in your solar without having to bring it to the panel. And so that just made me think when I saw that, I'm like, I know the most common way is run it to the electrical panel, but that's not the only option. Wondering, and it made me rethink that maybe this is worthwhile striking, because some of the other options I had, like, the presupposition on here is if you don't have the conduit or the wiring to the panel, it makes adding solar after the fact hard. But I've come up with solutions for people in our service territory where they can add solar after the fact with relative ease. Now, they do have the drawback of some ugly conduit on the outside of their house to do it, but it ends up not being costing much, because you just can swap out the lugs on your meter to dual lugs, add a disconnect on the outside of the house, and run some surface conduit up to the roof.
So Greg, you're saying striking 107.2.5 is fine because there's other ways of doing it?
Yeah, and if you wanted to see what those other ways drawings are, so if you went to mayavista.com/construction, and then we have our electric service requirements, and in section 6, I have 3 different one-line diagrams in there. that would that show how to connect those up. I mean, those are the requirements for people who want to hook solar in for our service territory, but I mean, that would be applicable for, I mean, pretty much any, you'd have to propose it with your utility for some of those, but I mean, pretty much every utility is going to look at it and say, oh yeah, that'd work.
Okay. All right. So you're speaking in favor of the proposal and especially in striking 107.2.5 because there's alternate ways of doing this.
Yeah, and I mean,
Okay.
and we want to encourage solar, and I'd be happy to. I mean, if anyone wants help on retrofitting old homes, I'd be more than happy to just show you how to do it really easily. So.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, my question is there's in this rewrite here on 105.22, there's a change that occurs where basically for the dead load, live load, ground snow load, rather than being clear, it's just for the solar ready zone that it implies for the entire roof assembly. So I didn't know if that was intentional or not. So I kind of like to hear from the proponent if that was intentional and if they'd be open to amending to if not. So
You mean for the specific roof assembly is what you're suggesting? Or for the
yeah,
already
I
roof
think
assembly?
the current language would say that you have to indicate that for the solar ready zone portion.
Yeah, but
And I think this is broadening it to the entire roof assembly. So
okay, yeah. So if the words for the solar ready roof assembly or solar ready zone roof assembly, if that was in there, then that would make more sense.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think that sounds reasonable. Why don't you add that in, Krista? I mean, that seems
Yeah, that was,
logical.
I did not intend for that. So thank you, Shane. That's a very good catch and happy to change that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alexis.
I'm in favor of this because as an architect, I feel that showing the conduit and pre-wiring is unnecessarily burdensome on the drawings. And half the time for residential, the electrical contractor is not even on board yet. And so to provide that information, I'm very much in favor of not having that there and more so having the rest of the information that it indicates.
Thanks, Alexis. Dwayne.
Yeah, I think what Greg was talking about is not relevant to this because as he mentioned at the outset, he's talking about old existing houses and not new construction where you can do this easily. I'm not in favor of doing things that are rolling things back and making it weaker and making it harder for a jurisdiction to enforce the code.
Dwayne, so you're opposed to all the R 105.2.2 and 2.5
Yes.
modifications? Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Greg.
Good morning, everybody. I work with a lot of builders that do solar ready homes and pre-wire for car charging. Oregon's starting to require a lot of solar ready. The feedback across the board is it's much cheaper and easier to pre-wire for solar and pre-wire for car charging than it is to go retrofit it. So I think we should stay the course here and not roll this back.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so I see this is deleting the rough-in inspection, but a final inspection is still required. Is that true?
There's no final inspection required in Washington State for residential.
Oh, thank you. And then another question, I believe for Greg, is having an exterior disconnect an added safety feature? I'm thinking firefighters and utility workers.
Well, you're already required to have that anyways.
Oh.
So all new home, well, there's actually 2 disconnects required. You have to have an outdoor emergency disconnect for your main service already, no matter what.
Right.
And then you're also required to have a photovoltaic lockable disconnect there too, and it's supposed to be located right next to the main disconnect. So you're already required to have both of those. And really, what my point was not trying to loosen the requirements so people don't put in solar. It's just noting that there is other solutions out there that means that it's not any extra effort to add in or the minimal cost to add it in solar after the fact, whether it's a new build or an existing build. And so, I mean, when this was, I'm just reading between the lines, but when this was written, people were kind of locked into oh, it has to be run to the main electrical panel. And back, if you look back a couple code cycles in National Electric Code, they didn't have to have the outdoor emergency disconnect. That wasn't a requirement for the, and they had to have one for photovoltaic, but not the main disconnect. That was a newer-ish requirement in last several years that was added. And so prior to the addition of that requirement, it was a big deal. It was a bigger deal. Like now I have to get my conduit all the way back down to the, you know what I mean, inside the building. But now that we already have existing exterior electrical infrastructure, it's not that big of a deal anymore.
Gotcha. Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And we still have some residual hands up. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I would like to table this for another meeting so we can have the electrical group here to speak about this too, to have the Washington State Electrical Group have their representative here that they have on the board and have a discussion with them too, because this needs to be intermingled with the electrical group, because they're the guys going to be doing the work, and we need to have them on board with us, at least have them here at a meeting so they can give us their input. So I would make a motion to table this until we can get one of their people at one of these meetings to discuss all this. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Krista,
That's a
do you know-
motion.
Thank you to Larry. Krista, do you know who Larry's talking about?
Lauren Lathrop would be the council member from LNI. Although cities do also enforce the electrical code, it isn't just LNI.
Okay, so there's a motion to table, and I'm guessing we could invite Lauren Lathrop. That doesn't mean that they'll show up, but we could at least send them a version of this and have them review it.
Can I say one more thing? I mean, we have the LNI people. It would be good to have a representative from the Seattle Electrical Code and from the Spokane. On the east side, we only have the Spokane group, but it'd be good to have all three because they all enforce the code. Thank you.
And Larry, what are the questions that you want them to look at? Is there something in particular you want them to look at?
Yeah, I want them just to see what we're proposing here and get their comments on what we're proposing. And maybe they might want to tweak it just a little bit. Okay. So we have everybody on the same, on the same platform here, all working together to get a really good code. Thank you.
Larry, I don't know if you're going to get what you want. I don't think this is going to really matter to LNI because it
will. I've already had many talks with LNI about what's going on here in the codes. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Is there a second for the motion to table?
Sure, this is Kevin.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for tabling this. I think a motion to table is not just debatable.
Yeah, we can talk about tabling.
Talk about it. Okay. Go ahead, Greg. And Greg, you have the floor.
Well, I'll wait till after we dispense with this vote.
Okay, go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, LNI does not inspect for energy code at all, but it does not require an electrical inspector to see if there's a routing for a future pathway that can be handled by any inspector. And then of course those, I think 50% of the state population lives in jurisdictions that have their own local inspectors, and those for electrical, and those are empowered to look at the energy code. But the state won't have anything to say about this.
Okay.
If you're putting in electrical conduits, Dwayne, they're going to be there doing the inspection. Thank
Right.
you.
They just they don't inspect for energy code requirements. They only look for safety, making sure you did all the connections correctly.
Patrick.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, we're not changing the requirements for solar ready zones. We're not trying to change the requirements of what they have to put in. And all of these things would, if they're doing a solar ready zone, they still would have to put these things in, and these things would have been inspected already by electrical. But just typically this amount of information is not put into a building permit or for an energy code inspection. And there might be a lot of jurisdictions in the state, or not a lot, there's a few jurisdictions, but obviously a lot of people build in Seattle and live in Seattle. So perhaps for those jurisdictions, it would be okay. If it's in the energy code, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But for jurisdictions where the building official doesn't deal with the electrical code, it's just this extra stuff that they typically don't review, they typically don't look at, and the electrical is just going to take care of it, and it's going to be on those plans and things. So I don't think that I'm happy to work on it. I'm happy to talk about it. I have connections with Lauren Lathrop. If the group wants to run it through them and just see if there's any more cleanup they would suggest, I'm happy to do that. But I do think that this would be a good cleanup of the code. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Let's have people speak for and against the motion to table, since that's what's being discussed right now. So go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I'm not for tabling this for that reason, just to bring in people from the electrical side. And the reason being is I don't think it's necessary if we're not actually doing anything that impacts the technical requirements for installing an electrical system. So if there were a proposal that was specifying size of conduit or size of conductors or something like that, which I would be against putting that in the energy code anyways, then that's something that you should bring them in and get their feedback. But I don't see anything here that warrants that, so I don't think we need to table it. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question, so I'm sure what this is proposing. It just looks to me like it's saying that we will still have a solar ready zone in terms of roof area and structural,
Yep.
but we will not need to install conduit. Is that correct? Because in theory that there are other ways to do it on the outside of the building or whatever. Is that a correct summary of what we're trying to do?
Patrick?
No, it's not changing the underlying requirements. It's just changing what you have to put on the building permit and what the building official has to look at. So if you still have to
Okay.
do pre-wiring, if you still have to do conduit, you would still put that in. And electricals, anything you install, conduit wiring, electrical's always going to look at that. But typically for most jurisdictions, this kinds of information isn't put into the building permit, and the building official doesn't necessarily review it.
Okay, thank you. And there wouldn't need to be a separate inspection of the solar roofing. So like we're striking out the inspection.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So the motion is to table this. And the underlying idea is that we need input from L&I and perhaps others on this. So a yes vote would be to table it. No vote would be to not table it and to continue to discuss it today. So let's do a roll call vote. A yes vote is to table it. A no vote is to not table it.
Julie Blazik,
No.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Jason Garud,
Jason,
I'm
you made-
sorry, I didn't catch that.
Abstain.
Thank you. Greg Davenport,
No.
Irina Resputnus,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews, Larry, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Nick Manning,
No.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Johnny Coker,
No.
motion fails 2 to 12 with one abstention.
Okay, motion fails. We are back to the proposal in front of us. We could accept it, deny it, or modify it, or something like that. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, so back on my amendment regarding the area for the roof design. I think you should scratch for the roof assembly, and the reason being is roof assembly is a defined term, and that's specific to the roof covering and roof deck, and it's not really that much about the structure. And I think just saying, you're saying roof dead load, roof live load, ground snow load for the solar ready zone, I think covers it. So
Makes sense to me. Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, just for the benefit of everyone, I was wondering if Krista, could you please navigate to myavista.com/construction, just so we can pull up the one lines. They're really quick and easy for people to see.
And Greg, the point of this is that you're saying that you don't need to go through the electrical panel to connect a solar system to the grid on a home.
/construction. So myavista.com/construction would be the fastest way to get there.
I'm still trying to figure out your exact intent in going back to this, Greg.
And then, well, just one more, I'll help Krista. So Electric Blue Book, if you click on the first one under electric service right there, and it's page 144. So my intent is just to show that you're not loosening and making it more difficult to install solar. It's you can still install solar.
Even if you don't do what?
Even if you don't, even if, let's say in the inspection, let's say they missed putting the conduit there, or let's say they put the conduit. So let me go through this and then I think I'll answer your question. So the first drawing is what you'd historically see for a solar system. That's the historical conventional way that used to always be done. They have their main breaker fuse panel, and that's where they pull out for the solar system. The generation meter is optional. It used to be way back when we have generation production credits. We'll still install, people still install it nowadays, but most times they omit it. If you scroll to the next page, so there's an option. So if you put the twin lugs in the meter, you can actually tap off and you don't need to go to the meter. And so the meter's on the exterior of the house. So so you can obviously see the difference of if your breaker panel's in your garage, and let's say you need to get a conduit all the way up to the roof of the main house, you might have a long distance, might be difficult. But if your electric meter is on the outside of your house, it may not be that big of a deal. And then your next drawing shows another option for connecting it in. Right there, you can also do on the outdoor emergency disconnect, which they already have to provide. That's right there on the outside of the house next to the meter also. So that's just showing that there's different ways you can connect in your solar system, and being that the connection point options on the exterior of the house, let's say if someone were to miss that conduit requirement during an inspection, it's not a big deal for them to surface run that conduit up to the roof.
You're saying if it wasn't installed in the first place.
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, yeah, if let's say They
Yep.
missed the
Okay.
requirement. We didn't have the inspection. We missed doing it. And then you find out like, oh, well, it's not a big deal. They can just have the electrician just run that real quick. I mean, a day later, come back and it's run.
Yep. I think that's the way they did it on my house when they retrofitted a solar system on that. All right.
Motion to disapprove.
We have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second. Is there, I'm not seeing hands up. Go ahead, Shane.
All right. I think I missed some stuff to happen real quick. So there's a motion to disapprove the proposal as shown.
Correct.
Okay, just real quick, that are we including striking the for the roof assembly because it's not shown as stricken?
It would be, but yeah, I think if we approve this, we would want to strike that. I thought you
Okay,
were a
thanks.
good
I
idea.
want to make sure that everyone can see it the way we're actually going to be voting on it. So,
Yep. Appreciate it. Appreciate your.
yeah, I'll let others talk before.
All right, so the motion is to disapprove. Go ahead, Tom.
I apologize. I'm still confused. Are we voting to eliminate the requirement for conduit? Because
No.
I asked that, we
So-
said no, and then Greg
so-
spoke to the idea that we didn't need to use conduit.
Yes, that's why I wanted to make sure everybody was clear what Greg was talking about. Greg was saying, so the proposal itself does not eliminate the requirement for conduit.
Okay,
Greg was saying, but if somebody misses it, they can always retrofit
I
it.
understand. Yeah, and I understand. I think, I mean, I guess if we were doing that, it would make sense to talk to some solar people because I know that sometimes the conduit gets put in and it's not right. Anyway, when they come back later, do the solar, it doesn't work. But if we're not eliminating the conduit requirement, then this seems like it's simply an effort to make the process simpler. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against the motion. We talk a lot about, there's a lot of big things we talk about that can affect cost of construction or housing affordability. But in the codes process, there's also a lot of little things that stack up and just increase time and increase burden and make the code, add unnecessary things to the code, make the process more complicated. And in the case, if you're adding another inspection, if you're having trouble scheduling with your building department, if they're short-staffed, that can add up and create delays and increase costs. And to me, this is just a really simple area where we're not changing the underlying requirements of the code. We're not affecting energy efficiency. We're just doing a slight little tweak to just keep things simpler, keep things moving, and not changing the underlying requirements. And I think this would be just a helpful little tweak we can make. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Greg.
I just want to highlight, I am an electrical engineer. I work at a utility. The drawings that you just showed for that electric service requirements for how people get that whole document. I was the editor of that whole, in writing and wrote that whole section. And I'll just note that when we have solar installers who try to do install things, I'm one of a couple engineers that gets reached out if something falls outside our standards and they need help on how to do stuff and helping them do and provide this type of stuff. So, I mean, I really know how this stuff works. And so I'm not just arguing to loosen requirements. I'm just saying that that's unnecessary to demand an inspection. And if something gets missed in this situation, it's not a big deal. So.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Shane.
Also against the motion. I think that this is completely appropriate, this proposal. The reality is and speaking both as somebody that's drawn up plans and as a prior building official, that there is a certain level of information that goes on plans, and something like this, to me, is one of those where it just slows up permit process. It's probably not going to be accurate with what happens out in the field. It's just an extra onerous step that's not really going to gain a lot. And on the inspection piece, I couldn't tell how many times that if you have a situation where you're trying to get two different authorities trying to look at the same thing, that can also lead to a situation where whoever's the contractor, the owner might say, well, but they already said it was okay. And so I think in general, just trying to rely on whoever's going to be inspecting the electrical is good. And the reality is if they're doing a solar ready zone or they're doing something, just you're probably gonna as a building inspector have a general recognition of what's there, but giving that specific direction to make them do it puts more responsibility where they might step on the toes of L&I or the local electrical inspector. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Alexis.
Yeah, kind of mirroring what has also been said. As an architect, putting on the drawings, like that is something that's extra onerous. It slows down the process. It adds bulk to my drawings, and it's something that would take me a few extra hours, which means passing that cost along to the customer. Or if I don't do those drawings because I would prefer for the electrical installer to do it, then we've got to bring on that electrical installer earlier, and they have to do the drawings. And again, that adds bulk, that adds time, that adds costs. And all of these little pieces really, really add up. I've worked in other states that are that don't have these kind of little things, and they just really add up. So I'm in favor of simplifying. I absolutely want the solar ready zone, but in terms of like the detail given, I'm want it simplified.
Okay, thanks, Alexis. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I just had a question. We've had some comments about how this simplifies the code, and I'm just wondering if there's anybody that is speaking in favor or is in favor of this motion, if they could clarify or reiterate what the risks are in this proposal and why it would compromise the stringency of the code. Like what could the potential consequences be, negative consequences be?
So you're asking for someone who's in favor of the proposal to speak about what the potential risks are.
Yeah, just a request if there's anybody that has something else to contribute on that front, it would be really helpful to kind of understand the proposal and its potential impact.
Do you have like a more specific thing that you're looking for? Because Shane is a former building official and literally just spoke to how this could be helpful.
Well, and I'll just ask, Poppy, it sounded like you were saying someone that's for the motion, because the motion's for disapproval. So were you looking for feedback from the proponent or from someone who wants this disapproved?
Yeah, somebody who wants this disapproved. And I know that Dwayne had made some comments originally. I've heard a lot about how this simplifies the code after that. I'm just not really sure what the potential negative impacts are. And it's something to seriously consider when we're talking about removing a requirement. And I just wanted to see if there's anybody that could contribute anything on that front.
So I'm not for it, but I could give you some cons. I can argue, give you the cons. Cons would be is if someone misses it, they have an ugly conduit on the outside of the house where they would otherwise have it recessed. But in fact, having ugly conduit on the outside of the house is actually more energy efficient than trying to have less insulation. I mean, negligible, doesn't really matter, but then embedding in the walls. That's the biggest con I see is, you were stuck with maybe a short section of ugly conduit.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we'll vote on this thing. The motion is to disapprove. So a yes vote would be to disapprove this proposal. A no vote would be to continue discussion on the proposal. So a yes vote to disapprove, a no vote to continue discussion. Let's do roll call.
Julie Blazik,
No.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
Oh.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Nick Manning,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Johnny Coker,
Yes.
motion fails 4-8 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails.
I'll
Motion
move to accept the proposal.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so Shane's made the motion and Larry seconded it. Oh, okay, so the motion is to approve 026 as shown on the screen with a few minor modifications. Let's do a roll call vote on this one.
Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
No.
that was a no? Kim?
No.
Okay. Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Jason Garrett,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Nick Manning,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Johnny Coker.
No.
Motion carries 8-7.
Motion carries 8-7. Okay. All right, we got through 023. It is approved as modified. We're off to 014 Blumenthal. Rick, are you around?
I'm here.
All right, well, let's get to it. You have
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
you have the floor.
Okay, I apologize. We kind of discussed this a lot last time. So if I recall correctly, most folks were against this. I'm just thinking out loud here. Pardon my memory lapse if it's not
I
correct.
think we discussed 011 last time, not 014.
Okay, this is for which one is this? Remind me.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, I can see the screen. Could you scroll down further, please? Yeah, this is for bib dense pack. Yeah, okay, this is the other proposal. Yeah, correct. So basically, this is the only way to verify that a blown-in blanket system, a dense pack system, bib system, in wall assemblies or any other assembly for that matter, is to understand the manufacturer's recommendations for density requirements to meet the manufacturer's expected R value. And the only way to do that is to weigh a sample based on the requirements that the manufacturer recommends. So if they say that you need 1.8 pounds per cubic foot to meet an R value of an R23 in a 2x6 wall, then you have to measure it. There's no way to put your hand on it, to look at it and visually inspect what's in that wall, what the density is. So you have to weigh a sample. Takes a few minutes to do. It's nowhere in the code except for every other insulation has to have a label on it or a way to verify it by measurement. This is the only system that does not have a requirement for that in the code. So I'm just recommending and suggesting that we do require that system to be verified as well. So that's the gist of this. And I proposed ways to do it that are standard in the industry. So that's pretty much the synopsis of everything.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Dwayne.
My concern here is that in my previous life as an architect, when we're submitting for permit, we don't have bids yet, and we don't know who the manufacturer. This would be a subcontractor bid, and we don't know who that is, and so we wouldn't have that information until much later.
I have to disagree with that because you don't know what anybody doesn't know what insulation manufacturer is being used anywhere. All we do is call out R values or U factors, and that's all we're looking for. Doesn't matter who the manufacturer is because every manufacturer requires a different density based on their insulation. So in other words, if you're going to use cellulose as a blown-in system, it requires a lot higher density, almost 4 times the density that fiberglass requires, because it's a different material, it settles, and it has a different R value, and it has way more different ingredients besides the cellulose. It has things like fire retardants in it that don't add any value to the thermal resistance of the material. So
Rick,
we still hang on one sec. We still measure in an attic. We don't know what the material is until we know.
Right.
Okay,
so
thanks.
we don't know. You're saying it's specific to the manufacturer. With the other kinds of insulation you mentioned, like you said, you can look at the label or whatever. With this, when you don't know the manufacturer at the time of permit, then how do you put in the manufacturer's instructions? That's my concern.
The only thing that we're required to do is meet the R value, period, end of story. How do you verify it is the question. Doesn't matter who the manufacturer is, just like it doesn't matter who the manufacturer is if you use a bat. Is it Johns Manville? Is it Owens Corning? They all have labels on them, and they're all not the same. They all don't have the same thickness for the same density, for the same requirements. They're all different, and they're all labeled accordingly.
Rick, you're correct, but Dwayne is also correct that architects, when getting a permit, do not know the manufacturer of the insulation. It's up to the contractor to select the manufacturer later. So it functionally doesn't work to put them on the construction documents. They put the manufacturer on the construction documents.
I apologize. I must have confused everybody. This has nothing to do with putting it on the construction documents. It has to do with
information on construction documents.
Right. Information on the construction shall clarify and indicate the location, nature of the work proposed. Okay, so we're putting wall insulation in. What are you putting in the walls? It's in there, okay? Sufficient detail to pertinent features of the building systems. We're putting a 21 in the wall. That's all that's required there. What I'm recommending, and if I misquoted this, I apologize, but what I'm recommending is on-site measurement, and it only takes a couple of minutes to do.
And I think that's in our 107.2.6, I think that's in there, but under R105.2, it requires, as you've written it, the manufacturer's recommended density on the construction documents, which are just not always available or often available when an architect is preparing drawings for a permit. So
I agree.
I think that's the issue that Dwayne's bringing up. And so
I see.
there's something about item 2 that should probably be different. For maybe for all installation materials, but not, and then strike including the manufacturer's recommended density. Because we just don't have that information when we're preparing drawings.
No, I agree. I don't
Okay.
disagree.
So what if we
that's,
strike
yeah, it's
everything
worded
out?
incorrectly.
If we strike everything out after the word materials for 2, because we don't have the manufacturer's recommended density. I guess.
Why don't we just for all installation materials, including the manufacturer's requirement to achieve the manufacturer's published R value and cancel
But we don't
everything
have
else out.
we don't know the manufacturer. That's the problem. For number 2,
right, and I agree. But again, we need to word it so that it doesn't necessarily say this to be included in the construction documents. I agree.
Okay. So does 107.2.6 cover that? Because it includes includes, I think, what you mentioned, which is
yeah, it does.
So maybe we don't need to change our 105.2 at all and only change our 107.2.6.
Yeah, that looks correct.
And then I don't see where testing is required in our 107.2.6, which you said was critical.
Inspections and this is what the code says here. Made before application or interior finish shall be to verify compliance. How else do you verify it? Yeah. There's only one way to verify the density, and that's to weigh it. That's the only way to do it. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's another way to do it. One of the manufacturers, Owens Corning, actually has a gadget that they sell. Okay. And
I guess what I'm saying is 107.2.6 doesn't necessarily require, or I guess it's not clear to me that it requires testing. So there might.
How else do you verify compliance in that system is my question.
He's talking about the wording of it doesn't seem to require testing.
Exactly. Verify compliance. Yeah, I mean, I think someone could interpret it the way you are, but I don't know that it's clear that what you're saying is reflected in the actual specific language that we're seeing in front of us. So I'm gonna open it up to everybody else to see if they can provide information on this. I want to keep it kind of brief, so if you have a great comment, make it. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I expect I do a lot more installation inspections. I do a lot of installation inspections, and I've done density testing. My concern, Rick, is I guess the costs and time of doing this. I definitely support density testing as a training method for installation installers. But I found that, well, it takes more than a few minutes. You have to have a scale. You have to calculate the size of the stud bay you're going to cut out and then get that into a bag and weigh it, right? And
yeah,
I guess my question is, how would you
exactly? So I'm sorry, go ahead, Tom.
How would you require this test be done in one place, or would it be in 6 places around the house?
Can we scroll down on this document?
I guess that's my
please?
first question.
Yeah, could we scroll down on the document,
what's
please?
the test standard? And then my other question is, what would the training required be for the building inspectors? Because they don't know how to do this test at this time.
Okay. So this is how you do it. It's really simple. And if you scroll down even further, I included a table. Okay. This is not hard to do. This takes literally minutes. I've done hundreds of these to verify these. It's a very simple solution. If you scroll back up a little bit, just a little bit, please. Stop. This is a double wall assembly. This is all you have to do. You just cut out a sample. Everything stays in place if it's done correctly. If it starts to fall out, you know it's wrong. You do this about every 500 or 600 square feet. That's all. So standard house, you could do this 3 times. And the insulator needs to do this, just like they need to put measuring sticks in the attic.
Would the code require So you're not saying that the building inspector has to come out and
No,
do the
this
test?
has, no, this is on, this is for the installer to demonstrate how and what they did and
Oh, okay.
what the weight is. And it's, you put it on here. You do exactly
then-
as I've showed it. You take a magic marker and you write the date and you write the measurement. And then when you're done with that, you cover it up, you put your hose back in and you fill it up, and 500 or 600 square
okay.
feet later, you do another one.
So there's no test report or anything. There's the installer just needs
Nope.
to write this. He needs to do the test and write it on there.
Correct.
And once in the house, one place.
500 or 600 square feet, every 500 or 600 square feet. And you want to do your third cavity or fifth cavity immediately before you do the whole house. Because if you get a couple of them wrong, now you got to measure every single stud bay. So you
Is that
measure
in the
as you
code
go.
language?
You measure as you go. There's nothing in the code language to do this measurement. Nothing.
Right. No, I mean in your proposal, is this in the language of the proposal? 500, one test per 500 square feet.
I believe I wrote that in there.
Okay, it just wasn't scrolled maybe so I could see it.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the code language part, I don't think.
Not there.
Okay. It might not be there. I thought I mentioned it, but it's 2 or 3, standard house, 2,100, 2,500 square feet, you do it 3 times. We're
Okay.
talking about, if you
Okay.
do it 3 times, we're talking about 20 minutes. You need a garbage bag, an $8
What we need
digital
is,
fish scale.
Rick, we need code language that supports or that reflects what you're describing. And I think Tom is right that the code language does not reflect what you're talking about.
Okay.
So I'm going to suggest that we take a few more comments and then table this until we have good code language. So that supports what you're talking about, if people support it. Now, if people are completely against it, speak against it and say, this is a really lousy proposal and I don't like it. But if you're in favor of it, make a few comments and then we could table it and can consider it later. Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. I think the last couple minutes hearing more from Rick, I better understand what he's trying to do here. And I appreciate that he wants to make sure that what's supposed to be in there is what the customer's ultimately going to get. And I think it's clear that the code language doesn't match what his intent was, and I think he should get an opportunity to try to bring those better in line. I think ultimately I would still be opposed to this proposal because even if it only takes 20 minutes per sort of weighing, you have to do that 3 times per house. If you have a 50-unit development, you're adding 50 hours of extra time to the construction. And I just think at scale, I would have an issue with that, but I think we should give him an opportunity to come back with a revision. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I don't think we'll need to table this. I respectfully think that there's nothing that was discussed that needs to be added to achieve what's the goal. So, just on language that's already in the code and the sections that are being edited, when you look at the inspection side of stuff, just simply saying "and proper installation" is all you need to tell the building official. Now, as far as getting proper installation, you need to take a look at R303.1.1, where it specifically discusses the requirement for density, and it also gives the path that would require certification by the installer and posting of that to identify that they've actually installed it properly in order to get the achieved R values required by the manufacturer. So I think this is just adding words in another section of the code and it doesn't achieve anything and it's just not necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I'm a real proponent for blown in bib because it gets in everywhere and seals every crack. And the guys that are doing it, they do it every day over and over and over. And they do a great job. I mean, we've done 3 or 4 big custom homes and when you see that kind of pooch out just a little bit out past the joist space, you know, the stud base, to me, it's getting in there and it's doing its job. And if you put your body up against that, you can feel the difference. Now you put your body up with a bat system, you don't have anywhere near the sealing factor that you get in a blown in bat. It's a superior system. And I think they do a great job as they do it. I mean, I don't know anybody that I've seen that didn't do a great job. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, looking for a motion to approve, disapprove, or table. Go ahead, Shane.
So, well, I was just gonna suggest maybe pulling up R 303.1.1 so everyone can see it. I should have said that when I was first speaking.
Yeah, it applies to ceiling insulation, roof insulation, right?
It's building thermal envelope.
That's correct.
Building thermal envelope.
Yeah.
Not specific to roof.
I have a quick comment, if it's okay.
Sure.
Everybody's talking about guessing what's in the wall. No one's talking about verifying it. How do you know the difference between what Owens Corning wants and what Knopf wants? You can't tell by running your body against it. You can't tell by saying, I've looked at 400 houses and they all look good. You can't do that. We need to find out what the density is, or the risk is great, not only to the building and the assembly, but the owners are going to pay for the rest of their lives. Okay? If you don't measure it, you're guessing. We do not have a way to measure it. We need to find a way to measure it to verify it. You can't say it feels right, because I can tell you from working for a manufacturer of insulation for 8 years, nobody can tell by feel, including the people that have been doing it for years. Can't tell. You got to be able to measure it. That's why it's in the codes. That's why we have measuring sticks. That's why we have labels. If there's no way to measure it, there's no way to verify it. So you have no idea what you're getting. That's all I'm suggesting. So if anybody has a better way to measure it than density and meet the manufacturer's requirements, what are required by the code to meet the manufacturer's requirements, okay, if we can't do that, then we're slighting everybody, okay, except the installer who can cheat. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I agree with Rick that this, I mean, the reason I think this makes sense is if I look at 303.1, it says for blown to separate insulation, that you should have a report listing the installed thickness, settled R value, and that language applies to ceiling insulation, I think. And so I think what he's saying is we need something for blown in wall insulation, and it seems like maybe the language, Rick, you propose should be an edit to 303.1.1.
Well, 303,
and to
sorry
say,
to
you know, in an attic, you have to put tapes up that show how thick it is and have an insulation certificate. So I think I agree with you. We're not requiring anything right now about blown in walls, any kind of stamp. Whereas, I mean, the other thing is that fiberglass bats have a stamp on them, the R value, but we're not enforcing, even though the code says they have to be installed flat and smooth and filling the cavities, we're not enforcing that really at all. So, so it would be, we need to improve that side of it too somehow.
okay, so just
anyway.
just to say, sorry to interrupt, but I'm only looking at 2 words here. Installed density is a requirement. It's right there in 303.1.1. It's right there. It says it, installed
But
density.
I think the language was written in thinking about attics, because I think probably at the time language was written, there wasn't that much blown in wall insulation happening, perhaps.
I disagree. You
311
can't.
is wall insulation. 111 is roof ceiling.
And you can't. We can't discuss what they thought about when they did this, because I mean it just says installed density. I don't know how much clearer you can be.
So this
If we
applies
can't
to
check it,
wall- this
all
applies to
I'm
wall
recommending
insulation
is
as
if we
well.
can't check it, we can't verify it.
So
This applies to wall
the
insulation.
code now says that installer has to provide a certification. So what certification are they having to provide now?
Well, according to this, the certification has to provide the installed density because it says it.
Mhm.
How do you do it?
Okay,
It's
we are
gotta be
moving
what-
up to
you
the
have- yeah,
name
has to be a way
technical
to do it.
advisory group, and we're having lots of detailed technical discussions. I think this proposal probably needs some work, and we can't spend an infinite amount of time on this proposal. I think some challenges in the code are identified. We have a proposal. I think the words need to change based on what the proponent wants. So I think we should either the tag can do what they want, but I would recommend that we table it and that anybody who is interested help Rick write language that reflects the intent that was stated. Anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah. Well, this is Rick. I'm cool with that.
Does anybody want to make a motion to table?
Sure.
Or
I'll move to table it.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
I'll second the motion. This is Greg.
Here we have a motion to table in a second. All in favor of tabling, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, we have tabled this 014. Who would like to talk to Rick about improving the proposal?
Yeah, I will.
I'm willing. This is Greg. I'm willing to help Rick too.
Okay, Greg Davenport and Tom Balderston. So Rick, do you have their contact information?
I do.
Okay, why don't you email them, and then we will get back to this one at a future meeting, and we'll have language that reflects your intent better.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. We are Patrick.
Yeah, I have to run, but a 027 Ann Anderson co-authored that, and I think she will do probably a better job than I could talking about it. So the tag can feel free to discuss that one with her.
027. Yep.
Yes.
So you designated someone to represent you for 027, is that what I heard?
She's also listed on the proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
thanks, Patrick.
just wanted to be clear, so thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. I have a meeting at 10 to 11, but Elizabeth will be in my stead.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Kevin. Okay, we're on to 011, another Blumenthal one. My recollection is that this was the tag had a lot of critical comments about this, and we might need some language on continuous installation in C404.2.1, and that this also overlapped with IRC and IBC. And those are my quick recollection of what we discussed last time.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I can recall as well.
Okay, do you want to spend a minute talking about it, Rick? Or otherwise we could take a tag action on it.
Well, I think we did quite a bit of discussion on it, and I don't want to belabor the issue. I mean, I pretty much understand where the tag's at. Nobody wants to spend any more time or money, and I get that. So as far as I'm concerned, again, I'm just, overly concerned about the quality of the installation. And if we don't put eyes on it one way or another, I'm not sure it's going to be effective. And even if we, spend 2.5 minutes, obviously, depending on the size of the house, walking around, just making sure everything is taped, and everything's covered, even if it's that simple. I'd be okay with that, at least some look. But if we're not looking at it at all, then I don't know that we're doing our due diligence. But again, I do understand the restrictions on time and budget. So I'm all ears.
Okay. All right. Does anybody want to make a motion on this or continue discussion? Go ahead, Alexis.
I wanted to ask a clarifying question. With the highlighted portion where it says the CI fastening schedule meets the manufacturer's or registered design professional's requirements. Much as I would love to assume that it's always going to be an architect, a residential building can also be designed by a design professional. By using the word registered, that does imply architect. That does exclude a designer, the way that I read it. So I was just asking if that's the intent.
I think, okay, yes, right now there's a manufacturer or a registered design professional, and that was a modification. Right, what I heard at the last meeting is that this one was overall probably going to be disapproved. So we could wordsmith it. Is anybody, I guess I want to ask the question, is anybody supportive of this proposal? And if so, speak for it. Otherwise, I don't know that we need to discuss specific wording. If you're supportive of this, raise your hand and I'll call on you. Go ahead, Kim.
As a code official, I do like the clarity that this adds for the continuous wall installation inspection. And in terms of the registered design professional, I think that the key there is it's manufacturers or registered design professional. So you would default to the manufacturer if it's a designer, not a registered design professional. But that's saying a registered design professional could provide a different fastening schedule.
Yep. Thanks, Kim. Go ahead, Larry.
I would support a look at the envelope out there. I think it is important. You spent the money for the material. Let's get someone to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, so we have some people that support this. Okay, so I guess wordsmith away if in general the tag is supportive of this. I thought after our last discussion that we had kind of landed on probably not supporting it, but go ahead, Shane.
Well, yeah, so I'm not supporting it. So as a reminder, we did talk a lot about this. I also agree that the direction was that it was felt as unnecessary, and a lot of these requirements span other codes. With the comments brought up about the continuous installation, just as a reminder, we also identified last meeting that in 10726 it already recognizes that you have to inspect it prior to application of the exterior finish. And so I think in that discussion we recognize that there's no hole in the code that's already covered. So I overall I just, these are all important things. The language isn't needed to address it because it's already covered, whether here or in other codes. Education is big, and so I want to give a shout out to Rick because I know he does that a lot and provides education. And so I think that's how you address things like this, not by duplicating things in the code. So I would actually like to make a motion for disapproval.
Okay, thanks, Shane. We have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Thanks, Dwayne. Okay. Greg.
Yeah, if my recollection is correct, I believe the reason why everyone was against this last time was because the air barrier or weather resistance barrier occurred at different locations in the wall in different ways you could design it. Like sometimes you have the continuous installation on the outside, but sometimes you have the air barrier and weather barrier on the outside of the installation. So it varied. Is that your recollection, Chell, and others?
Yes.
That
Sometimes a continuous installation is not the vapor barrier. Yep.
And so then that was like this language was written specifically for one specific construction type, but then if the type varies, well, this doesn't really allow for a different location for the air weather barrier. So,
Yep.
So that's good reason, that's support for why to disapprove it for that reason.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. All in favor of the motion to disapprove, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. O11 is disapproved. We are on to O24, but Patrick is not here. So we will move to O48, Sherry Newbold, and my notes say that lots of people were in favor of this last time. 048. Sherry, are you?
I am here.
All right, great. You have the floor. We discussed this a bit last time. I think most people are in favor of it, but if you've made any modifications or have any further thoughts, go for it.
And I think that this does reflect the modifications that we discussed last time in the last tag meeting. And all the goal of this is to just align the possibility for the missing middle structures that are being required to be regulated under the 2024 IRC, and that is in process in that single stair / multiplex IRC tag. So that's happening right now, and I'm just looking for a way for the residential energy code to also be applied to those structures if people choose to do it, so that people could choose to comply either with the residential or the commercial energy code if they build, say, a sixplex with an interior where all the units are accessed from a single or accessed from an interior area of the structure. So yeah, just to be able to align all of these things across all the different codes is the goal.
Thanks, Sherry. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this. It's making a very specific carve out for a very particular building, 3 stories with 2 dwelling units on each, I guess, and moving that, making that one particular configuration have the choice of either code. It's making, adding another wrinkle of confusion, and it was based on the premise that it's going to be cheaper to build to the residential code, and I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Thanks, Dwayne. I do have a subtle question, which is about when it says can choose to comply with residential or commercial energy code provisions. I'm assuming it means you comply with either all of the residential code or all of the commercial code and not individual provisions of those codes.
Exactly.
Yeah, if there's clear language on that, great. It's fairly clear to me, but I wanted to ask the question. Go ahead, Alexis.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of this. In speaking with many other architects and communication with a lot of solo architects, and this is a very common complaint that this is not included. That once you access from interior space, now you're locked into the commercial code. And they say that it really prohibits people from pursuing this type of project. And because of the expense, because of the not as familiar, and the level of detailing that is required on the commercial side. So this is a common complaint. A lot of architects that I know in the area have requested this change. So I'm very much in favor.
Thank you, Alexis. Go ahead, Greg.
So most of this targets affordable housing, I believe. Is that correct, Sherry?
That's right. And I would also say that it's not a very specific building type. It doesn't have to be 2 units, one set of units on each level. It's just any configuration that's up to 6 units and up to 3 levels above grade, where things are accessed from the interior. It would give that option.
And this aligns generally with the RCW definition that the other parts of the Building Code Council are working on for multiplex and multiplex housing.
Because in the commercial tag that we had a lot of discussion on affordable housing and a lot of challenges with with the cost. I mean, I think it was it Patrick Hayes that testified of multiple projects that were designed, and I don't know if those were 6 units or more or less, but he testified there's multiple projects that were ended up being like millions over budget, and they just canceled the project and didn't build it because the commercial code was too expensive.
Yeah, so at the last cycle, Patrick Hayes and many others agreed that the commercial code and residential code were roughly equal in cost or reasonable, and so moving the R2 with interior entrances for the commercial code was okay. And then at the last code cycle, Patrick and others said, mostly Patrick said, that it was more expensive to build under the commercial code for R2 with interior entrances, but some people presented contravening evidence. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, and then I mean, I do recall we considered a bunch of proposals where we had like solar requirements that were in the commercial code that we provided exemptions for the or not a complete exemption. They still have to do other things in lieu of, but we provided for affordable housing merely because we deemed those requirements as too onerous. So at least from my impression was the commercial code is much more, and I can tell you from, it's definitely much more complicated from going through it to comply with it. But for cost wise, while I haven't costed out anything, my assumption is it's much harder on the commercial code. I know definitely on the text is harder to navigate.
It's more complicated, but it's not more expensive because there are other things in the residential code, including the residential credits and the envelope assemblies and so forth, that make that side more expensive. So our analysis showed that it was a little cheaper and not much. And this was our intention there was to put all the multifamily into one code so that you didn't have a difference between a 3 and a 4-story building. And then we made the one exemption for what we called woody walk-ups, those that were accessed from the exterior and 3 stories or less.
Well, this proposal would allow you to choose whichever one you perceived as being easier to comply with. And I mean, if this makes affordable housing in our state easier to build, I mean, that looks like a huge positive to me. So I'm going to support this because it perceives as helping affordable housing.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I would support this too because I think the argument about which code is cheaper or easier doesn't come into it for me because this is giving people the choice and they can decide which one's cheaper or easier. I think if anybody has anything to say about, I'd be curious about whether this would make these buildings more or less energy efficient in commercial or residential. Is there a reason that they should be in commercial because they won't be as efficient if they're in residential? I think that might be a valid reason. But as far as the cost of either way, this is offering the builder the choice or the architect the choice, and I don't think they can figure out which one would cost less. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Johnny.
I just wanted to let you know that Deepa is here and I'm the alternative.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. Go ahead, Shane.
I'm on the fence on this, but I do think it needs more work before we should vote on it. So
specific?
Yes. Because, well, one, just from a language standpoint, when you say can choose, it really code language would be, or you say would be permitted to comply with when you're given an option. But this also is modifying the scope of the code when it's saying that you can go one either with a residential or commercial. So on some level, this language needs to be incorporated into R101.2. And I think maybe it'd be best for the proponent to come back with that adjustment rather than us trying to wordsmith it here, which is why I think we should probably table it, but I don't want to control on this because, like I said, I'm also on the fence on the entire proposal.
Okay, and you had two specific comments. One was change can choose to comply to is permitted to comply.
Yes.
Okay, we can make that change on the fly. And what was the other change?
And then just in general, that's scoping language. So it shouldn't be within this definition. It should be within R101.2.
Perhaps it should be in both.
You could argue both. But when you're telling someone which code to use,
On part one, do you want to take that?
yep. Yeah, when you're telling someone which code to use, it belongs in the scope. You shouldn't have it like even duplicating to me. Like I'm a code purist, so like don't put that in the definition. It doesn't belong in the definition. It belongs in the scope. But technically, would it hurt anything if it's in the definition? Maybe if we forget about it in the future and there's a code change that doesn't capture that. So
Okay, yep, so the language needs to be put in R11.2 as well, and that seems like a modification of the proposal. And we would probably need that language in front of us to want to vote on it. Unless, Krista, you think there's a way of just copy pasting it and having it be reasonable.
But remember that the other exception isn't in that other section either. This was all put in the definition.
Yep.
Sorry, could you expand on that other exception?
The exception that allows the low-rise buildings that are accessed from exterior walkways.
Well, I guess the way I read that, it's just saying that that's not falling under the definition of residential building, but it's not telling you which code that you use. So there's a difference between the definition and a scope.
Yep, yep, you're right.
Are you okay? So I was trying to follow that discussion. So you're saying it's okay if we approve this, or are you saying it's we would need to modify 101.2?
I'm still saying modify R101.2, and I think Dwayne, you were agreeing with me.
Yeah, this means that we have essentially the definition now is getting more diffuse in the code. It's going to be harder for people to, because you'll have to find one exception in the scoping section and then another exception out here in the definition.
I would think 101.2 would be easier to read if it was like a bulleted list or a numbered list instead of a big long paragraph. It's getting longer and longer.
Yeah, you'd hope it would be the same list you have here if it's trying to list the same things. Okay, it sounds like we need to modify this. I don't know. I'm on the fence about whether we should table it or do something else with it right now, wordsmith it right now. Because every time we bring a proposal, it takes 5 or 10 minutes to like get back into it. So if we could spend 5 minutes now and get it in good shape, that would probably be time better spent. Would this be copy pasting number 5 into the R11.2?
And then you would change 101.2 into a list. Is that right?
Yep.
I'm sorry, this is getting too hairy to be an on-the-fly modification that we don't have a chance to review.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm not willing to do this on the fly.
All right.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to make a motion to table?
Yeah, motion to postpone.
Okay.
Second.
A motion to postpone. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion to postpone. We have some good ideas of how to modify it. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have postponed it. We've been in here for an hour and 45 minutes. We have approved or disapproved 3 things, and tabled 3 things. We need to find a way to work a little bit faster as a group. We are going to take a 5-minute break. So I will see you at 10:20 and we'll go to 001. See you in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back. Erica Spiritos, are you around? Let's see you on the.
They had indicated they would not be available until after 11.
Okay. All right. We will not go to 1, we will go to 027. And Anne, you have the floor.
Okay, that's me. All right. This one is near and dear to my heart. So I'm trying to go to the 2024 value for attics of going from R60 to R49. R60 is problematic for builders and it doesn't belong in our climate zone. So it was voted in the 2021 code cycle, and it was voted in a way that never had happened before. So the proposal was heard at the code action hearings and the public comment hearings, and it was voted down resoundingly. And the reasons why it was voted down are the same reasons that we have listed in our amendment. It just doesn't make sense. The payback in climate zone 4 for this added insulation is 152 years. So it was voted down. It only made it into the code because during the final vote, the online governmental vote, the disapproved vote was overturned by 2/3. And this was done because there was a get out the vote campaign. And so they brought in many more voters into the government vote, and they expanded the reach and included government offices such as the Office of Climate Sustainability and such. So they were able to gain a lot of votes and then overturn that and get it in. So since then, ICC has changed the way things are done. And now if something is voted in and disapproved in all of the public hearings, it will never make it to the government online vote. So this is just to point out that if this happened now, it would have never made it into the code. So going forward in 2024, the model code went from the R60 to the R49. Another good point is that R60 never made it into the commercial code. So if you were to today build a townhome and follow the IBC and the commercial code, you would be able to use R49. And so it doesn't make sense that the residential code would be more restrictive than the commercial code in this regard. Okay, so the builders, it's problematic because if you need to get the full R60 value over the eave, you're going to have a raised heel truss. And you're going to need about 16 to 18 inches of depth. And that it can greatly increase the cost of the truss because you're not just making it deeper. By adding the vertical piece, you're adding a diagonal piece, you're adding more plates. So it is a substantial cost to that. And of course, you're adding additional siding, additional sheathing. The blocking is probably one of the biggest things because normally on a normal truss, you just block with a solid sawn 2x8 or such, your bird block. And now you're going to a taller block or 2 pieces, more labor, more cost. All right, so a lot of you guys, I know you don't want to go back in stringency. And so in the last part of the amendment, I show the table. If you could scroll to the table, and I talked about this at the last meeting. But the point I want to show this table to show you how well we're doing. So right now, the residential code, we're at 42.4% of our goals, and we have 3 code cycles to get to the magic 30. So that means we only need to improve things by 4.1%. And so we can have a little retraction. Furthermore, when you look at the overall picture of what we're doing with the U factors and the R values, we're increasing the stringency on several of those. And one of the ways I've found, we're doing a lot as a structural engineer. I'm getting more into this energy, and we're doing a lot of the UA C3 calcs for our builders because we're finding that's one of the most efficient ways to get the most economical solution for insulation. And I looked at what would happen. Okay, if you go with straight what we're proposing to put in those U factor tables, with the increase in stringency to the walls, the slab on grade. I took a bunch of houses from 1,700 square foot to 3,800 square foot, and I looked at what happens if you throw everything that we want to put into the integrated draft in, and the improvement to the envelope in all those houses I did, about 9 or 10 of them, is about an 8 to 10% improvement if you go with everything. Now, if you go with everything, but retract the R value, the U factor of the ceiling to the 24 model code, which I'm proposing, that changes things from an improvement of on average 10% to 8.5%. So the point of this story is we can retract to R49 and still move forward. So I think I said everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. So the 42.4%, one thing that I've noted is that it is, 4.1% if you take an improvement from the 2006 baseline every year. But it's also about a 30% improvement from where we are now to get to 70%. If you take where we are now at 42.4 below, we need another 30% beyond where we are to get to the 70% use reduction. If it's simple math.
We need 12.4%. We're at 42.4.
Yeah, we're talking about different numbers here, but if you start out where we are, we need 30%.
Okay. Yeah.
If you start out from the 2006, we need 4.1% per. I think we agree on both of those numbers, but I also wanted to provide the alternate perspective that we need a 30% improvement from where we are now to get to the 70%. Not in absolute terms, but based on the 2021 code as a baseline.
Okay, well, just looking at where we are, we're doing darn good. Look at the green bar. We need a hair, if you go over to the blue line, to be on track. We don't need to go 10% better from where we are right now.
That's, yeah. Alexis.
So as a passive house raider and designer for a number of years, mine just lapsed, so I can't say that anymore, but I'm very much, I do a lot of this modeling as an architect. I do a manual J for every single one of my projects. And the difference in this climate between like R49 and R60 is negligible in many situations. I've got a house up in Shoreline right now that is 2,000 square feet, and the energy loss through the roof at an R49 is 2,000 BTUs. That's it. And to bump it up to an R60, cutting off a few hundred BTUs. That's it. And yet the expense to increase it is huge. And again, I speak with a lot of architects. I'm on a Discord with them, and they don't do R60. None of them do. They all do that 38 and extend it over the eave because they find it cost prohibitive to do the 60. They find it ridiculous to do 60. And so they're going to take the out. They're going to go 38 instead. And so by giving them the option to go 49, I think a lot more of them will take it, actually. And because even myself, the house in Shoreline that I designed, I ran the numbers. R60 made no sense. And so I didn't take the lowest out of 38. I went to the 2021 IECC and I went for a 49 and I extended it over the eave. That's what I did. And So that's where the numbers make sense to me. And realistically, I think R60 belongs in really more extreme cold. I'm talking 8,000 feet elevation, mountains, snow. That's where it belongs. So I'm very much in favor of this, and I actually think that it will go a long way to encouraging more R value in the ceiling, as people don't feel the need to take the full out down to 38.
Thanks, Alexis. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so one thing I just want to point out is both the IECC and the Washington State Energy Code are on target, to reduce energy efficiency pretty aggressively. It's not very often that you see the model codes roll back a requirement. When we're trying to drive here, and so if you're seeing them roll back a requirement, there's this pretty significant reason, which I think Ann already spoke to all the structural reasons. One thought, though, that maybe is if you rolled back these base requirements, we still look at your energy credits that we have in our code. So we have energy efficiency envelope credits so if you look at credits 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 in the code, they require, to get those credits, you have to have R60. So I don't see this proposal as addressing that at all. So chances are, if we change this base requirement to remove, to shrink this to R49, people would still put in R60 because they still need energy credits and they still have to get, we start at 1.2. So I don't know if that's appropriate or not, to leave the credits as were. But even if we did leave if we made this change, chances are people would be forced to do R60 anyways because the credits require them to get the envelope credits.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Larry.
I would like to think about some type of compromise here. In Spokane, when we look at it's between R49 and R60, it's 0.4 BTUs per square foot. That's the difference, okay? So why can't we, on that edge as we go around the outside, maybe we give them, because most roofs are sloped, okay? And so we keep that 49 maybe for 2 feet from the edge or 3 feet from the edge. And then over the large, vast percentage of the roof ceiling area, we allow them to go to R60 there. So we keep the costs down, but we get the gain, okay? And I think that would be a good compromise. I have done a house with R60. We did it in 2008, and we did incur significant costs with Energy Hills to do that. But after seeing what we did and what we got, I think this is a great compromise. We're not talking about that many square feet as we're going around the outside of the house, but then in the middle, if we allow it to come up to that R60 level, we get the gain that we would like to see for the price. That's what I would recommend. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. So that's a modification of the proposal is what you're suggesting.
Right. That's what I'm suggesting. So we cut the price of that, but we still get the majority of the ceiling with the R60 in it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to echo kind of what Ann and Alexis were talking about. In the state of Montana, they adopted the 21 code with the R60 for residential, and it was definitely a shock to builders. A lot of costs were incurred to rebuild trusses, as Ann said. And ultimately, what a lot of folks did is just revert to the UA method to try to get trade-offs somewhere else so they didn't have to do the extra structural costs to accommodate an R60. And that's an even colder climate zone than Washington. I think this is a great place where we can save a little money because we're not getting as much bang for the buck going from 49 to 60. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'll just add some building science to the equation. Insulation in a roof is more important than insulation in a walls. And the reason is that all bodies emit heat radiation, and those that are emitted from walls exchange heat and temperature with things that are horizontal, trees, adjacent houses, etc. So they're radiating the temperature that they're at houses that are nearby and other things that are nearby, and getting this about the same temperature back. Roof insulation on clear nights like we have, especially in Eastern Washington, are radiating at the sky, at space, which is very, very, very cold, and not getting any heat back. So UA calculation is an rough approximation of heat loss, but to do actual building physics, insulation in the roof is much more important than wall insulation. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Lacey. I represent the Responsible Energy Codes Alliance, and we've interacted in Washington before, and we support the adoption of the IECC all around the country. I do want to speak up on a couple of issues here, procedural issues, and then some of the technical issues. I've heard this this argument made that there were procedural irregularities in the 2021 IECC process many, many times, and I think it's important to understand the context here. Over 80% of the building code officials who voted in the 2021 process voted for the R60 over the R49. There was an appeal on this and several other issues, and the appeals board found unanimously that there were no procedural irregularities. In fact, they audited over 2,000 code officials and governmental members who voted in the process and didn't find a single person that wasn't qualified to vote. And so that's why it's in the 2021 IECC, and that appeal was rejected. The reason why it was changed from R60 to R49 in the 2024 IECC is because there was a huge deal reached that people called the omnibus that involved some efficiency rollbacks and some efficiency and sustainability improvements. And it was not unanimous. It was an agreement made among committee members, and it resulted in the rollback to R49. I would also point out that other parts of that agreement were later appealed and reversed, the sustainability measures, decarbonization measures, but the efficiency rollbacks were allowed to remain in the code. That doesn't mean that Washington needs to adopt these efficiency rollbacks, and that's what they are. It's a reduction in R value and increase in U factors. And I've already heard a couple of the commenters that are supporting this proposal say that builders already know how to use the total UA path. This is a very small tweak or a little small improvement in efficiency. And the builders are already entering it into res check or a total UA calculation and moving along with their business. I did hear a suggestion that maybe this would promote more R value in the attic because maybe builders would go ahead and install R60 anyway or R49 anyway. But I'd point out that section R402.2.1 allows you, if the baseline is at R60, it allows you to install R49 if the insulation extends out over the top plate of the eaves at that R49 level. If you reduce this to R49 at the baseline, that allows them to reduce it to R38 as long as it extends over the top plate. I also would just point out finally that reducing the baseline here doesn't just affect the prescriptive path, it also sets a lower efficiency baseline for the performance path. And so I would encourage you not to take a step backwards here. There are other states that have kept the R60 in here. Connecticut, for example, is finalizing its or is enforced the 2021 IECC, so is New Jersey. A bunch of other states have adopted this with the R60 intact. So I would encourage you to keep that insulation in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Michelle, can I comment on a few things?
Or
wait.
We have a lot of hands raised, so
Okay.
I guess I'm just going to try and go in the order in which I see them raised. So, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm hearing discussion of raised steel trusses, and I just wanted to, I guess, ask a question to clarify, but we're talking about standard framing. The R value chart that says R60, I believe means standard framing. Is that correct? which means there's no raised hill truss. So, and I would say the cost between R49 and R60 on a standard framing where you're not changing the perimeter, the edge of the truss through a raised heel isn't very great. I would also agree that the added energy savings is very small. So I just want to clarify that we should keep the discussion clear as to whether we're talking about raised hill trusses or not. And your proposal for 0.025 or 0.026 would allow an R60 standard truss to pass that, but an R49 standard truss is 0.027 and it wouldn't pass the U value chart. That's according to the UA calculator, the WSU UA calculator. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, I really like what Larry had to say. I think going to R49 at the edge and keeping R60 in the center of the roof is a great compromise here to keep the insulation values up for the majority of the roof. So if it were appropriate to suggest we added some language here to do that, I would make such a motion.
I mean, you're a tag member, right, Greg?
I am.
So you can make a motion if you want. I mean, the proposal right now is to roll back from R60 to R49. But I think what Larry was saying is keep the R60, but allow
Yes.
a couple of feet at the edge to be less than R60.
We would need code language for that and an appropriate U factor. And I don't know how you would calculate that U factor. So that would be some considerations for that.
It's already allowed. Just to be clear, the R60 current code is standard framing, is it not?
I believe it's
you have
advanced. I believe it's advanced framing.
No, it's standard.
the R value table is standard framing. So that means you'd have a 3.5 inch thickness at the outside of the plate.
So the reason I brought up the high heels is because when we're using the C3 calcs and we're choosing the advanced option, it's required the full depth, and that option is often needed to make the UA calcs work, especially if we're trying to get to the earn the credits that are available there. So
I think I have a good code language right now. I could just propose for Greg's suggestion. What if we just change the table to list both values, the prior value and the new value, and just specify after it, say at edge, and where insufficient space, or a private footnote that says at edge where insufficient space allows for the full insulation without raised heel truss, and then say everywhere else.
But that's not code language yet. It would require more crafting.
Yes, that would be a motion to table, I believe, or postpone. So maybe that if that's what multiple people like, that's maybe the motion that they would want to make is to table this or postpone it. Greg Davenport, you still have the floor.
Then I'll make a motion that we table this and get whoever wants to work on the language together to go for R49 at the edge and R60 in the middle of the roof.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone. I see a bunch of hands up. If you have comments that are really, really important to make right now on the motion to table, leave your hand up. We're not discussing the merits of the proposal at this point. We are only discussing the motion to table. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, is there an option to modify the motion to table?
Not really, but go ahead.
Because there was a specific direction given regarding the 49 over the wall and the 60 in the middle, and I would like to see this table, but I would like to see it so that that's all evaluated. I would give direction to R40221 and have the proponent evaluate what that means at the E, because there's a question on energy heels versus standard framing.
So the motion to table is simply a motion to table, and anyone can come back with any modifications of this proposal, or anyone can talk to the proponent or do anything, and we could come back and have 3 different versions of it at the next meeting if we table it. So the motion to table includes some ideas, but those ideas are not binding in any way.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yep. Go ahead, Ann. Discussing
Oh,
the motion to
I
table.
don't get to vote. But R60 does not belong in our climate zone. So whether we modify this to include it, it just doesn't pan out.
Okay, is this comments on the motion to table? That's what we're accepting right now, is only comments on the motion to table. Okay, there's a motion to table. A yes vote is to table it, or postpone it. A no vote is to do something else. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay,
No.
all right, let's do a roll call vote.
There were just 2 of us. You don't really have to do that, do you?
Well, what I've suggested is, if there's 2 dissenting votes, that means there could be more that I didn't hear, and we're going to do a roll call vote. So we're doing a roll call vote on this one. So the motion is to table. Table the proposal.
Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Jason Garrett,
Abstain.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Kevin Duell,
He's gone for an hour.
Elizabeth Torsky,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Nick Manning, doesn't look like he's there anymore. Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
No.
motion carries 8-5 with 1 abstention.
Okay, motion carries. This is postponed. We are on to 001. Is Erica here? No. Okay. We're on to, that was 027. Sorry, we're on to 036. Rose, Kevin, or Representative, are you here?
Yep, this is Kevin Rose from the Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance.
All right, you have the floor.
Thank you. So yeah, this proposal, I think it's pretty straightforward, just changing 2 numbers. And I think that while this is a quite a modest change to the proposal, just dropping the vertical fenestration U factor by 1/100th in both of the, the R value and the U factor tables. It's worth making for a couple of reasons. I think with Washington seeking to, lead the way in getting towards its 2030 statutory target, it should be trying to grab wherever possible improvements made at the national level in other codes and standards, and not leave those sort of easy wins on the cutting room floor, and try harder to find efficiency in other places if those things are available. So this is one of those situations where there is some opportunity to leverage national standards that are already here, as well as neighbors right nearby who are already enforcing this. So specifically in the 2027 IECC, this has been recommended or voted for approval for the first public comment draft of the 2027 IECC. There are stages, and steps that go from that draft to the final 2027 IECC. But this proposal is like the flagship proposal of a efficiency improvement in the 2027 IECC that was strong support for and is highly likely to stay. The glazing industry and efficiency advocates coordinated and worked together to across almost every climate zone, including 5 and 4C, find improvements, often quite modest like this one. But that's, we can highly expect the market to be ready for this nationwide because it's very highly likely to be coming in the 2027 IECC. I also mentioned that some closer neighbors were already implementing this. The state of Oregon has U value of 0.027 in their code. They have since the 2021, I believe, version of the ORSC Chapter 11. And so, the local markets are, already, well prepared, particularly closer to Oregon, to be, stocking the product and have available solutions right off the bat. I'll finish off by saying that I sourced some of the cost information from for this proposal from the Energy Star technical backup that went into their most recent standard development process. And so while the information is, not specific to Washington, I did choose the Northern Climate Zone specific information to that. So I believe it provides at least a ballpark estimate of what the costs and energy savings benefits would be for Washington specifically. So yeah, overall, this is an opportunity to, grab efficiency where the national and regional winds are already blowing, so that we have less to do to try to reach our goals by trying to grab efficiency in other parts of the code. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Ann.
Okay, I'm not in favor of taking this leap. We're already going from 0.3 to 0.28. The 0.28 is in the model 24 code. I think jumping to what's most likely going into the 27 code is a little too fast for to try to retain some sort of affordability. And when you're looking at Oregon, boy, I would love to go with what Oregon is doing. They have R21 in the walls, in cavity. They have R49 in the ceiling, my favorite. So I would gladly go with 0.27 in the windows if we could have those other U factors, R values. What I find, again, going back to the UA analysis, we are already calling out for 0.27, 0.25, sometimes 0.22 windows, because that gives us a lot of trade-off, and you do get a lot of bang for your buck, a lot of energy savings when you address the windows. So I think we're grateful that those products are there, but I think this is just moving too far, too fast at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Alexis.
I just want to say I'm in favor of this. There's a lot of manufacturers that are getting on board, and as was stated before, that other states are moving towards this, and I think it's an opportunity not only just for energy, but for occupant comfort. To have like the lower U values helps it not be as uncomfortable next to a window. So places like Denver are at 0.27, and in certain circumstances all the way down at 0.25. So I just wanted to say I'm in favor.
Thanks, Alexis. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I think that the statement that going from 0.28 to 0.27 is too far, too fast does not qualify. The 0.27 is good, and as was stated, if it's good for UA trade-offs, that means it's it's got some substantial energy savings and it's a conventionally available product all over the place for residential construction. So should be a yes.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to move to accept the proposal.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the proposal and a second. Anything further, Greg?
Who was the second?
Dwayne?
Thanks.
Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah,
muted.
of course, I'm disapproval, but so it doesn't sound like it's much, but going from where we are now, 0.3 to 0.28, where I think we should go, is 7%, and going from 0.3 to 0.7 is 10%. And the thing that's going to happen is in trying to get to the one credit for the 15% improvement, it's going to become nearly impossible for even regular subdivision homes to meet the 15% goal. And so we're losing a credit. It's going to affect affordability. And like I said before, we're already putting in these great windows because we're trying to get to that. And now there won't be any UA trade-off because the requirement is 0.27 and you have to do better than 0.27 to win any points. So I urge your disapproval.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I think I'm landing also being against this, and I'm also concerned about the impact on the credits, and I'm just not sure that the 0.01 difference in U value is something that we need to go and grab now. I think everybody knows that windows are like holes in the wall, and inevitably improving windows is probably going to be something that needs to be done at some point. But we did just, drop that down from 0.3 to 0.28. And I think probably touching it again needs to be safe for a future cycle. So I'll be against the motion.
Thanks, Shane. Greg, your hand is still up, but I think it's residual. So go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, regarding when to make these steps forward, we're already asking folks to do something different. So some folks might, to play a little devil's advocate here, might prefer being asked just to do a little bit more of this round and go to 0.27 and then maybe not have to do anything next round. And that might be more palatable than having to change practice every code cycle here. I'll also mention that the 0.27, in addition to the other IACC and ORSC standards that I mentioned, it's also been identified within the Zero Energy Ready Home, the DOE standard, which a lot of the federal tax credits, the juicier federal tax credits are tied to. That's what's cited there. So we're just positioning ourselves to align and streamline our path to meeting the 70% reduction with, I think, as minimum friction as is possible with that by doing this. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I just want to get, can anyone speak to the cost of this? I know patio doors, sometimes a lot of our projects, we have 0.27s are not hard to get on some windows, but then maybe the patio doors are hard to get at 0.28 or less. I see something in here about cost, but I'm wondering, I mean, maybe the manufacturer just fine with 0.27. I know they hit 0.26 on multifamily all the time, or maybe it costs extra. I wonder if anyone has anything to contribute on that.
And the question is about patio doors.
I guess in other words, if your builder and when you ask your supplier for 0.27, are they going to say, well, that's a big problem, or are they going to say, well, that's no problem? I guess that's the question.
It sounds like it's the code in Oregon. So regional suppliers would probably be able to stock that
Yeah.
product.
I mean, I think we need to know a little bit like what we're asking for, what the industry is ready for.
We heard some people say that these windows are available and used already.
I work with a lot of builders who have to figure this out for their UA values, and you can get down to 0.25 in double pane. The cost is negligible, generally speaking. So I think going from 0.28 to 0.27 is going to be small cost differential. We're already seeing a lot of builders going for the 0.25s to get the energy credits.
Motion to approve.
We already did that. I already
have a
motioned,
motion
you
to
already
approve,
seconded.
and I was about to vote on it, but Larry, go ahead.
If we go to the 0.27, does that take some of our credit options out of the code? I don't have the other book open, so I mean, I can see what they're saying, that if it would take an option where they're getting a credit for a 2.7 window, that might hurt us a little bit. So that's what I want to know is, do we have an option where we get a 0.27 and we get a credit for energy credit, or is it below that? That's my question.
Yeah, so right now, if you go to the R406 option table, 1.1 says if you go to 0.22, you get a half a credit for Windows. For 1.2, it just says vertical fenestration U equals 0.25 and a bunch of other things, and you get a credit. For 1.3, or one full credit. 1.3, it says that as well, and then there's 1.3 has U equals 0.18 vertical fenestration. 1.4 also has 0.18 vertical fenestration. So this wouldn't change any of that. There's another way of complying with 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4, and that's by being X% better than a UA value. So that would be affected by it, but if you prescriptively with those options, it wouldn't affect any of those. Does that answer your question, Larry?
Yeah, thanks, Shell. That helps a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Tom, your hand's still up. I think we're going to go Ann, though. Ann.
Yeah, you explained it great. I just wanted to make sure you mentioned the or like in 1.2, that's the one that we're using a lot, the compliance to get it down to 15%. And like I said before, when we increase this stringency, it's going to make it very, very difficult to reach that 15% and get that point.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I think we've largely discussed the implications on credit, so I'll try and be brief with my additional comments there. It's a bit too early to tell exactly what the impact will be. Obviously, it'll make the UA target a bit harder to get to because you're improving the baseline. But you know, we have the other context of other proposals. You know, the proposal that we heard just previously might change the UA math from where we're at currently. It's unclear where exactly the numbers shook out previously. Maybe for some of those other envelope credit measures, this change isn't enough to change one credit to a half a credit or take the half credit off of the table. I'm just not sure what those look like. It's possible that they'll still be in play, but I don't have complete information on that.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, well, we'll do a roll call vote on approval of this. The motion is to approve this. So a yes vote would approve this, and it's the next level. A no vote would be to essentially disapprove this. So let's do a roll call vote.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Gard,
No.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Let's see, Elizabeth Torsky,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a second. What could you please remind me?
So the motion was to approve this proposal, which would move the U value of vertical fenestration to 0.27 from 0.28 in the integrated draft.
No.
Tim Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
No.
doesn't look like Nick Manning's back yet. Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
motion carries 10-3 with one abstention.
Okay, motion carries. We are on to 008 Jones. This is the next one.
Yeah, Jonathan's
Jonathan's out today, so
Yeah,
Rick, are
he's out.
you going to do this one?
No, I'm gonna postpone it.
Okay.
He's got particulars he wants to talk about.
Okay, and he texted me that he's not here today. So the next one is 037 Rose. So Kevin, you have the floor again.
Thank you. So this is a similar story. We're still in the envelope, and we're talking about opportunities to take the easier wins where they are and align with national standards. This is one of the few areas where the current Washington Energy Code is behind the IECC and presents an opportunity to, close off those gaps and put us on a path where Washington is at least as good as the IECC going forward. And the 3 ACH 50 level that I'm proposing here has been in the IECC since the 2012 version. So it's been there quite a long time, and states and jurisdictions that have adopted and not amended that value as Washington have for years and even decades in some cases been employing that value. So again, just changing one number in here, the code language itself is pretty easy to parse. There is a note that I wanted to bring up that's related to air leakage, but it's related to the credits and the air leakage related to the enclosure area metric alternative that isn't directly related to this proposal, but we noticed very late might be an opportunity for improvement. So I just wanted to mention that it's mentioned at the very end of my proposal, and I just saw it again, so I wanted to mention it. Yeah, I suspect that there'll be some discussion on this, and I'll keep the intro of it short and sweet.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, we have a proposal in front of us. There are comments on it or motions on it. Dwayne.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve in a second. Any further, Dwayne, did you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I think this is the only thing in the residential side of the energy code that is worse than the national standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Alexis.
I want to voice support for this. It goes air leakage testing and the air leakage really goes a long way towards energy. And as I've modeled building after building after building, it is it's the thing that can really drag it down. You got amazing walls, amazing roofs, amazing floors, amazing windows, and then you've got this huge air leakage number. So by driving that down, I think it'll take us a really long way to improving energy. So I just want to voice my support for that.
Thanks, Alexis. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I do approve this. I would just like to say that I have concerns about the credits because the first credit step is to go down to 2. So I do have a concern about that. And then the other concern I have is if you're just over 500 square feet, boy, that gets pretty hard to hit 3 air changes per hour. I mean, if you're 600 square feet, that's going to be very difficult to meet. So again, I do agree that this should go down to 3 because it's been too long out there at 3 for everything else. But at the same time, I wonder how difficult this is going to be for anybody to get to 3 air changes per hour over 500 square feet. Thanks.
You're talking about kind of small homes, ADUs.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because they still have anything over 500 square feet. You still got to do building leakage. Yeah. Tough to get the smaller the area. So, if you got a 1 square foot opening in 500 square feet, that's twice as big as the opening ratio to 1,000. It's really hard to do that. Small spaces. So that's just my comment. That's going to be the biggest challenge, I think. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yep. So to respond to those 2 items that Rick brought up, the first being the credits, there's actually, I guess you would call it somewhat good news there. The credits that are in the integrated draft, which come from the 2021 WSEC, were calculated assuming this very same 3 air changes per hour level. For those who were along for the ride last code cycle, you may remember that was a very similar version of this code proposal was approved last time, but was pulled out at the very end of the process. And so all the work that was done to quantify the energy credits reflected this assumed 3 ACH value. So we can say with relatively high certainty, there's lots of moving pieces with code, but the 2 ACH credit value that you mentioned specifically, Rick, that there's a lot of reason to believe that won't go away or be reduced because the math behind that already assumed a 3 ACH. And then on the topic of the smaller home situation, I didn't copy in all the language from this section here, but I believe that there's that alternative metric where you can measure based on the square footage of enclosure surface area, which helps to recognize the fact that the ACH metric just by design is, sort of privileges larger homes that have a higher volume to surface area ratio. And so I'm checking on that language as well to make sure that I'm not imagining it's being there, but I believe that option is available in the code currently with those very sorts of homes in mind. And I see it maybe somebody's scrolling to that right now. So I appreciate if we can do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that response, and I do believe it is in there as you're suggesting.
Yep. And then R2 has an alternate method as well.
This question for Tom Balderson. Do you have a opinion on how much easier it is to do a square foot by enclosure versus
just
square foot by volume?
The passive house standard switch to CFM per square foot because it's a little more accurate and evenly distributed for small homes. Really large homes have a big advantage on ACH measurements. But and I don't see that CFM square foot option in like we're looking at 402.5.1.2, are we? I don't see it there, but perhaps you can point me to that.
R2, group R2. It was in that next paragraph you just had up, I think. There it is. Maximum air leakage rate 425.13. Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's for R2. I don't know if the question was about standalone single family 500 square foot, 600 square foot houses.
Yeah, well, that's what I was addressing, single family, yeah.
Larry.
I hate to bring it up again, but maybe a compromise could be here. Homes greater than 600 drop to 3, and homes under 600 square feet, we keep at the 4. So that kind of gets that disparity there that would allow the smaller home to meet that goal. And then maybe this year, the next year or two, maybe we find out some blower door tests and see if we can, how far we can get with this. Okay, because if you cut the air down so much, we do need air to breathe too. And so then if you cut it down so far, then you're not going to have the air changes in there that you need for someone in the house. Thank you.
Yeah, I was
Larry.
just going to add.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. I was just going to add that CFM square foot option is only for R2, so maybe we should expand that to houses under 1,000 square feet.
It could be done with code language that we probably don't have in front of us today. Unless we said for group R2 multifamily buildings or buildings
Or
under
single family homes below 1,000 square feet.
1,000 square feet or something like that.
Just add that sentence.
It could be added to 2.5.1.3.2. All right. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys are kind of with it, but I'm basically agreeing with Larry and kind of what you're just saying. So whether that's built into, try to alter 0.1, 0.3, 0.2, or you just, I would write it as an exception to 131 to allow the 4 air changes for such and such square foot. So that would be my slam dunk. I'd be behind it.
Yep. Yeah, that could be an alternate way of doing it. Go ahead, Alexis.
I just wanted to speak to Larry's concern about ventilation. About realistically, that's what we just put in the fresh air ventilation. You don't really want a house breathing through the insulation. I mean, that's dust. That's not great air. That's stale air. So just at a certain point, which I think this is a point we've already crossed or we're about to cross, the house is so tight. You forego the house breathing via cracks. Just do it more intentionally with fresh air ventilation or open a window.
Yep. Totally agree.
So for the sake of time, so Dwayne, would it be a friendly amendment just to accept what they suggested about a footnote saying 4 air changes for 1,000 square foot and less?
I was just trying to find a rationale for where we would draw that line, and I was thinking we had something with tiny homes or something where there was a division at 800 square feet.
Okay, what about 800 square feet? That'd be a good way to go.
I would definitely support 4 air changes for 800 square feet as part of my motion.
Okay. So I think what that would be is Krista, if we go back to the main one, we would probably say shall not exceed 3.0 air changes per hour for homes greater than 800 square feet and 3.0 for homes under 800 square feet. So that'd just be in the 402.5.1.3.1.
Same for additions?
Additions?
Because right now additions are 500 square feet. Right there
Additions
under
go
the
up to 7
exceptions.
or changes in
Yeah.
the current draft.
Exceptions, 500 square feet, number one.
It's just not a lot of homes smaller, single family homes built smaller than 500 square feet, but certainly for additions, I think the 500 is probably reasonable to leave.
Yeah. So we go back to the main proposal. I think you had your cursor in a good spot, and you could say 3.0 air changes per hour for homes greater than 800 square feet for homes greater than 800 square feet, and 4.0 air changes per hour for other homes.
Wow, we're gonna have one that we don't have to postpone?
I don't know, somebody's gonna find something. I feel like there could be better words in there for this. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I wouldn't say homes. You're talking about dwelling units. So you could say any dwelling unit, exceeding, what was that? Greater than 800 square feet shall not exceed. Great. Again, just from a code writing standpoint, to me, what you're doing is creating an exception for the smaller dwelling units. So, but
Appreciate that. Okay, so we have a motion. Is this amenable to the makers of the motion?
Yep.
And who was the second? Was that Greg? Or
It was Kim, but I would have seconded it if Kim didn't beat me to it.
okay, Kim, is this amenable?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and we have a second, and we have some modified code language. Shane, your hand's still up, but I think Rick is the one who wants to speak. Go ahead, Rick.
Do we want to say greater than or equal to? Because do we want it above 800 square feet or 800 and above? Just for clarity.
Good point. We can do it either way.
What's the language modification?
The language is that the exception is for less than 800 square feet, and the main thing applies to 800 square feet or greater.
So what's the language modification?
For dwelling units equal to or greater than.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
$7.99. Okay. All right. All in favor of this, say yes.
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 Any opposed?
Yes.
Say no. Any opposed, say no. Okay. All right. Good thinking and wordsmithing on that one. That's approved. We are going with the next one, 010, Petrie. Kathleen, I believe. Are you here, or do you have a representative?
Somebody from King County?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got a series of IMs and all of a sudden I could not utilize the screen. But yes, hello, I'm Kathleen Petrie from King County. And on this proposal, I'm going to defer to Tristan Grant of New Buildings Institute to introduce the proposal, and with following from Dania Ayez from our Executive Climate Office at King County, and any others that may be interested in sharing their thoughts on it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tristan.
Hey, this is Tristan. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Tristan Grant, Associate Director with the New Buildings Institute. Thank you all for your time. This proposal introduces cool roof requirements for low slope roofs. The substance of this is similar to what's in the commercial IECC. This proposal moves it into the residential and expands this to climate zones 4 and 5. It applies to roofs below 212 pitch. According to the Cool Roof Rating Council, the there are over 1,000 compliant products with these requirements, including 54 asphaltic membranes, 197 single ply products, 36 fluid applied products, and 647 coating products. Cool roofs are, including TPO products, often the lowest cost roofing product. Where there are incremental costs, they're very marginal. 2018 study found that where costs were higher, they averaged 0.23 cents a square foot and yield a positive net present value over the life of the roof. A 2018 study similarly found that the impacts and benefits of cool roofs were positive in climate zone 4C, where the bulk of the population and development in Washington state is. I guess just thinking about this as both a building energy measure, but also a having benefits beyond the building. Cool roofs are a low or no cost code measure that provide passive cooling benefits to the building and the nearby area, especially in moderate climates where active cooling is not always installed. Passive measures like this that provide extreme heat mitigation can be an important life safety measure especially for vulnerable populations. So that's most of what I've got for you.
Thanks, Tristan. And what I noticed first is this is only for roofs less than 2 and 12.
That's correct.
It's basically only flat, what we call flat roofs that are obviously never flat, but we call them flat roofs anyway.
That's correct.
Go ahead, Greg.
Couple questions. So is this so a lot of roof designs, they'll have the air channel to have a cool roof. Is this but then also they have the hot roof design too. Is this assuming that the flat roofs are either the air channel cool roof design or hot roof, or?
This would apply to any roof that is below the 212 slope.
But I mean the energy savings. I'm specifically referring to the energy savings that this is used to calculate the cost benefit. Is that would you get an equal energy savings with both roofing designs?
It's a good question. I think the studies that I'm citing looked at did like a area weighted average of the development with different roof types. I don't know the exact breakout by roofing type that you're asking, so I'm not 100% sure about that.
Because I mean, I can see if you had the hot roof design with no air channel, I could see how this could lower, have energy efficiency. But I'm just kind of questioning on the cold roof.
Yeah, if you have a vented roof.
Yeah, the vent, like, would that really provide any benefit? And then secondly is a lot of times they have roof decks. So what about, how does this impact the material used on the roof decks for, like, let's say someone wants to do a tile on the roof deck? Would this like lock people into the type of surfaces that are allowed to put in on a roof deck?
So there are some exceptions here. Portions of the roof that are excluded include above roof decks or walkways, or portions of the roof that have that above or are covered by that. Does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, I missed that. I missed that on the exceptions.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said that as well. That there are a number of exceptions for where this is not required.
Yep. This type of thing is a huge energy savings, especially as the planet gets hotter. Puget Sound Climate, that's what it says.
Yes, that's me. Sorry, can't change my name. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanya Ayaz. I'm the Climate Preparedness Project Manager in the King County Executive Climate Office. I also helped lead development of the King County Extreme Heat Mitigation Strategy that released last year, and we engaged with over 900 people in the county, including local governments and residents most impacted by extreme heat. And I just wanted to talk real quickly about why we are in support of this proposal, especially since, just like you were mentioning, climate projections show us that Washington is planning to see a massive jump in extreme heat days in the upcoming years, especially in Eastern Washington. But just our region, the average air temperatures are planned to increase by 5.5 degrees Fahrenheit, warmer by the 2050s. And we also saw in a lot of our outreach that not everybody is impacted equally. Things like income, age, underlying health conditions can really inform heat risk. So we've really been viewing this as a public health and equity issue along with environment. And we also heard from our community engagement that people really prefer to stay at home, and cost is the #1 reason why they can't afford AC. So it's really important to build passive heat resilience into residential codes, especially as we develop more residential buildings to accommodate population growth. So overall, I just wanted to endorse your support for this proposal as a key action in the King County Extreme Heat Strategy, but it also supports goals related to energy efficiency and public health in the King County Strategic Climate Action Plan. And it's aligned with the goals of the King County Cities Climate Collaboration, which represents 87% of King County's population. So just really appreciate your consideration and all this work that went into helping us plan for a healthier and more efficient environment for our people. Thank you.
Thanks. Dwayne.
Yeah, I am not a fan of this, as I've expressed to the proponents in some exchanges earlier. There's good reasons why, after many, many attempts, the Cool Roof Council has not been able to get the national standards to buy into this concept for our climate zones. The cost saving projections, I think, are faulty, even though they're starting out tiny, and the actual applicability of single family and townhouse and a very small subset of multifamily roofs that are low slope, so not your typical suburban houses, but flat roofs, and that are not already being used for decks and planters and other things that people do with their flat roofs, is an extremely tiny amount of square footage that's not going to make any kind of measurable difference in heat island impacts. And there are some cost comparisons that data that were done, like using DC and Philadelphia, which are hot, sticky climates with the concept of cooling degree days. They have like 6 or 8 times the cooling degree days that we have here in Washington State. And for all these reasons, I think it's just adding a bit to the code that has benefits for the basically no benefits for the individual houses they're talking about putting this on, and negligible to no benefit for the overall climate here.
Thanks, Dwayne. Larry.
I have a real mixed emotion about the direction we're going here on some of all of this. I'll give you an example. Monday, I was on a roof that had the high white roof, what was reflective, and it was 115 degrees. And I was up there for almost 8 hours working on a rooftop unit. The outside temperature was 95 degrees. Okay. So when we reflect all this heat that was coming to these buildings, we're increasing the heat to the outside for the average person. Okay. And we're doing this with air conditioning. You want to know why we're so hot in the summertime? Is because we're exhausting all the building's heat off of the top of those air conditioning units at nearly 120 degrees coming off that fan. And so we're creating a worse atmosphere for us to live in by displacing that heat from the building to the outside. That's why I'm really a proponent of making a better envelope. The better envelope reduces the amount of heat transfer to the outside and reduces the amount of effect that we're going to have with the air conditioning that we're running. And when you look at what happens in Seattle and these spaces where it's just building after building after building after building, and the amount of energy that you're displacing here, you're creating your own problem here dramatically. And I think we really got to start thinking about what we're doing here. And so on a roof color, I'm almost thinking that we should be trying to propose a roof color that is more neutral to the color of the area that you're in. And so we're not reflecting all that energy back into the atmosphere for people that don't have any air conditioning, and trying to be more neutral on the effect that we're doing here. And that's what I would tell you. I'm for that, about trying to be more neutral on what we're doing, because we cause a lot of our own problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
I just find Dwayne's testimony much more compelling than the data, and I don't see the data as being as complete in this proposal. So for that reason, I'll just motion that we disapprove this.
Can I respond quickly to some of what Dwayne said?
I'm going to look for a second for the motion.
I'll second the motion, then you can go on.
Okay, so there's a second to the motion, and now Greg can speak to it. The motion, I think you already did, but if you have more to say, otherwise, go ahead, Tristan.
Yeah, I would just like to say one of the things Dwayne brought up was that the analysis that we had provided was not representative due to the climate zones. You know, the Washington Tracking Network, which is a source for environmental public health data, again estimates that the number of cooling degree days over the next 30 years is going to increase by over 400 annually in King County. And so when we're talking about installing infrastructure that's going to be here for 20, 30, 40 years, we should be thinking about the future climate conditions that this is going to be operating under. To some of Larry's points, the emissivity properties of these cool roof products mean that they give off heat faster to the atmosphere in a way that does not hold heat in the immediate environment. And so part of what I was hearing him express in terms of elevated local ambient air temperatures is what this requirement addresses. It is providing proper material properties that allow the environment, the materials to cool off faster and lower ambient air temperatures, which, you know, energy modeling at large, as the industry does it, does not account for the elevated temperatures associated with urban heat islands. So if anything, I think energy modeling is not fully accounting for the benefits of measures like this. So thank you.
Thanks, Tristan. Go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, I'm in support of this proposal. I think it's not going to impact the majority of single-family residences, as been noted. And for multifamily projects, I think it's really easy to do and a really easy win for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I had one comment, but I guess I have two more from the other comments. I think just the concern about heating the area, I think clarify that we're talking about radiant heat loss and solar reflectance. And the radiant heat loss is going to move towards space or towards, it's not going to tend to heat the air right above the roof. The other point is Mike Fowler at Methuen has published internationally recently a really good study on what the temperatures can be in a heat emergency inside of apartments without cooling, and it's pretty sobering. And I wanted to comment to the existence of that study. That said, makes me wonder if this is a health and safety issue more than, I think this is definitely an energy saving issue because more and more people getting cooling and more higher and higher temperatures. And especially the effect on peak load during heat emergencies. But I think there's a health and safety aspect to it so I'd be very much in favor of it, definitely in favor of it, but for both reasons, I guess I'd say. But maybe it should be in the building code as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I'm just going to remind everybody the motion on the table right now is to disapprove the proposal. Go ahead, Deepa.
Yeah, thank you. I am going to speak against the motion because I am in favor of the proposal. I think Tristan responded to the question around degree days and modeling. Just as a reminder for folks, the 2021 heat dome was not predicted by even the most extreme cases of modeling. So definitely think that this is a smart way to look to our future, where unfortunately we're going to be seeing a lot hotter temperatures. King County's extreme heat mitigation plan, I followed the development of that. It's one of the best outreach processes I've seen for issues around extreme heat. And so hearing that this is really founded on community needs and public health, I think is really important. So I will be voting no to the motion.
Thanks, Deepa. Go ahead, Shane.
So I'm also against the motion, but there's only one issue that at least it's standing out to me that I was concerned with, and that's just wording. So under 402.6 has this language about all the compliance approaches, and I just really what needs to happen if, let's say, the motion fails and this gets approved, that if I would strike that entirely, makes 402.6.1 just the main start of the section, but place a reference to this section in table 405.2 for simulated building performance. So that's recognized that you still have to comply with this. But if you leave it in here the way it is, I think it could easily get forgotten about if we're doing simulated performance.
Okay. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Just wanted to make clear that I'd be in favor of having cool roof requirements for commercial buildings, which would then include the vast majority of multifamily buildings as well. But the area of all those single family houses that have flat roofs that are not used for something else is really tiny. And I'm thinking just architecturally, having the reflective roof, if you do have a partial roof over deck over a roof, is architecturally a problem. So it's not that I think that urban heat islands are not a problem, but that this is not doing anything to mitigate that problem.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Puget Sound again.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond and kind of add some more emphasis to the comments around why this is a really big health concern and some of the climate projections that we've seen. In terms of the UW Climate Impacts Group, they released a really helpful report in 2023. And right now, from 1971 to 2021, we've seen about 3 extreme heat days per year. But by essentially the 2040s, we're expecting to see in our region an increase of 17 to 27 extreme heat days per year, and Eastern Washington is going to see 20 to 30. And when we're talking about extreme heat, what we're also facing is the people that are at risk, their population is also growing. So it's not just heat is getting worse, but Washington is also seeing a lot of population growth. So adults over 65 were a majority of the deaths and the emergency service calls during the 2021 heat dome. And the amount of older adults in Washington state is projected to increase by over 2 million by 2040. So we're kind of seeing this double issue where our higher risk populations are continuing to grow, but we're also seeing more extreme heat. So that's definitely a reason for why this would be important, specifically in residential, as we're building a lot more residential to accommodate this growth. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I was going to vote. Greg, you have something quick to say?
I was just going to call the question.
Okay, well, let's vote. The vote is to disapprove the proposal. So a yes vote is to disapprove the proposal. Let's do roll call.
Helps if I unmute. Julie Blazek.
No.
Kim Barker.
No.
Dwayne Johnson.
Yes.
Jason Garrett.
Yes.
Greg Davenport.
No.
Irina Respetness.
Sorry, can you
Just repeat the motion.
The motion is to disapprove the proposal that is in front of us.
Yes. No, I'm gonna abstain.
Abstain is what I heard.
Kevin Duell back.
Oh, thank you. No.
Poppy Storm.
No.
Larry Andrews.
I'm gonna say no.
Rick Blumenthal.
No.
Tom Balderston.
No.
Shane Nillis.
No.
Is Nick Manning back? Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan.
No.
Motion fails 3-10 with one abstention.
Okay, motion fails 3-10. Does anybody want to make a motion to do something like approve it? Since we have so many people that didn't want to disapprove it.
I'll move to approve it.
I'll second.
Who is that?
Kim, second.
And who is the,
Tom.
okay, Tom, maker of the motion. Okay, go ahead, Shane.
Okay, so now I would like, I understand we have a motion, but I'm hoping to amend the motion to do some language tweaking because I would like to delete that language. And then again, add a reference to this section within table 405.2. And that's how you would capture the requirement to still do this if you're doing the simulated building performance method. And also, just while you're pulling that, I did have the thought that I want to make sure that it's clear that this should only apply where that roof is effectively part of the building thermal envelope. It's not the envelope. It's kind of confusing. So over the conditioned space, maybe, so that we're not making this a requirement for roofs that are over unenclosed, not a part of the, the conditioned space. So, because I don't think anyone wants that.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the real numbering.
I think the intent is clear that it would be,
Maybe I'm not sure I understand that last comment. If the
Yeah.
intent is to
like a carport, if you have a roof over a carport.
right, but isn't the intent to reduce heat island effect, and it doesn't matter if it's conditioned or not?
No, I think the intent is to reduce the cooling load on the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is energy efficient for buildings, not other stuff. So,
Got it.
But yeah, if we look back to the little section, I might be able to give some direction on how to write that.
I think if it just said over conditioned space is.
Yeah, just right there, right at the
Roofs over
first section.
conditioned
Then
space. I think if it just said roofs over conditioned space under the very first sentence in the
before the slope.
Yeah, roofs having a slope of less than 2 units would just say roofs over conditioned space having a low slope of. Yep, and conditioned space is defined in the residential code, so italicized. Okay, is this change? Are these changes amenable to the makers of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. And the second was
Kim.
Kim. Is it amenable to you, Kim? Kim?
Kim actually just IM'd me. She had to step away for her son's graduation.
Oh, well, that's a cool event. Do we have a different person wanting to second this?
I'll second it.
Okay. And then, okay. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. What if we've got a roof assembly that's connected to an attached garage, but the garage is not conditioned, but there's no separation in the attic? Right? How do we deal with that? It's unconditioned.
Would it, I
Doesn't the
mean,
roof want to be cool across the whole attic, regardless whether the space below it is an unconditioned space, like a garage attached? Just asking. Thanks.
I think this only applied to low slope and flat roofs, so it wouldn't necessarily be an attic.
Yeah,
Low slope attic, low slope flat roof. I mean, it could be a flat roof over an attic. It's about the attic, not about the roof, I guess.
I read it that it can apply over an attic as currently written.
Does anybody have this data for houses that have R60 or R49 insulation across the roof, of what impact that a high reflectance roof has on the interior? Because that wasn't the thrust of the explanation of this proposal. It was all about heat island.
It's flat roofs. I didn't quite understand your question, Dwayne.
It was whether anybody has any data for roofs that are as heavily insulated as we have here in Washington State, whether it makes a difference in cooling load.
I think Florida Solar Energy Center did work, but I don't know if it went to this climate.
Go ahead, Larry.
My question is this like aluminum or something on the roof so it's trying to reflect it up? Because the only time that you're going to get any true reflection is at night where that energy can go out to the atmosphere. During the daytime, you're reflecting that back up above us. And I can tell you from working on the roof that that's worse than a black roof. Okay, if you're working on it. But what I'm hoping that this is somewhat more of a neutral, like a tan or something, that it would release it at night. But during the day, I don't think you really want to reflect that back, because we're just going to be faced with it on the ground again. Because what I seen Monday was, it was inundated like a dome over the roof. It was cooler on the roof, but around the roof, it was hot, hot, hot. And that's what I don't want to have. I would rather see a more type of a neutral color up on the roof, like a tan or something, rather than something that reflects all that energy in the daytime back down upon us.
Well, white roofs reflect heat back up into the sky, and that's building science fact.
And so
more than black roofs.
Right.
Black roofs absorb heat and re-emit it so there's long wave and shortwave radiation. Shortwave comes from the sun. White roofs reflect the shortwave radiation before it becomes a long wave. Once it becomes a long wave by being absorbed by a body on Earth, it is reflective, and once it becomes long wave, then it becomes heat. So if you have a black roof, it will be hotter than a white roof if you're standing on it. It also heats up the nearby area because it turns the short wave from the sun into long wave, and that radiates in all directions.
But that's not really true.
It is true.
Well, no, because even in the electrical code now, Shell, a white roof with the conduit at so many inches above the roof is actually hotter than the black roof. They've already proved that in the electrical code. And for me working on the roof, it's a lot hotter above a white roof than it is on a black roof. I can tell you that from
Well,
just experience.
the person standing on the roof is going to receive reflected radiation from it. So yes, the
Yeah.
person will be hotter, but the environment around will not be hotter.
Yep. I think, yes. Standing on
Okay.
the roof is not cooler
I
necessarily.
just don't want to make more energy coming around our building than
Right.
you see what I'm trying to say?
This reduces the heat around the building,
Yep.
Okay.
This
as
reduces
in
the
heat
cooling
island
load of the
effect,
building.
by reflecting the heat before it becomes long wave radiation. Well, it's still solar radiation or radiant heat.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rick.
Thanks. Just a couple of comments. California Title 24 requires cool roofs. They've been doing it for years. And to address, I think it was Larry's question, doesn't have to be an aluminum roof. Any roof can have additives, including fluid applieds after the fact, post-construction, that have reflective components to it. That's been around for years for pretty much everything except wood shingles, I think. So yes, all roofing materials can have that. And the other thing about it that we're not speaking about is the amount of heat that gets collected in the attic when you do not have cool roofs. And that heat gets transferred one way or another, whether it's radiant or convective or conductive, one way or another, it's going to get into the house. So don't forget how hot those attics get. And I believe there was a study on that. I think Building Science did a study on it years ago at the difference between the temperature in the attics between the different types of roofs. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. All right. So the motion is to approve this as modified. Let's do a roll call vote on it. The motion is to approve. So yes vote would approve this as modified.
Okay, Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Kim's probably not back yet. Nate Geller,
Abstain. Abstain.
yes, got it. Dwayne Johnlin,
Abstain.
Jason Garrett,
Abstain.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes, just checking. Yes to approve, correct?
Yes is to approve this proposal. Yes, as modified.
Thank you. Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
is Nick Manning back? No. Okay. Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion passes. Yeses barely pull ahead of abstentions. It's 8-0 to 6.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Motion has been approved. O10 is approved. We're going to take a 15-minute lunch break. So I will see you at 12:15 back in this very room. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are on to 012 Storm. Poppy Storm, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. So I think I'll first start out with just a little bit of background to provide some context for why we might need some of these changes for centrally ducted heat pumps. So this code proposal revises a number of code elements that are related to centrally ducted heat pumps, and they mainly specify and reinforce good installation best practices. They prepare occupants for efficient operation and provide code officials with the necessary documentation so that they can review the design, installation, and control settings. These changes could positively affect tens of thousands of replacements and installations per year, so it could have a pretty big impact. For example, according to the most recent residential building stock assessment, in Washington, centrally ducted heat pumps make up about 19% of primary heating systems in single-family homes, and then electric resistance and gas forced air furnaces collectively are about 49%. So when we're looking at new installs, and then particularly for potential conversions when homeowners want to add cooling, for example, we really need to make sure that we have good installations. And the main issue quickly with the installations and operation is that making sure that these are done right at the onset are really critical to ensure that the heat pumps perform at the rated efficiency. Equipment sizing, duct sizing, lockout settings, and setbacks, these are all things that this proposal addresses. They can all dramatically affect system performance, and this particularly relates to things like increasing supplemental heat usage, which is a lot less efficient than the vapor compression heating. So it's great technology, but we really want to ensure that they're operating in compression mode as much as possible. And so to this end, there are kind of some implied compliance already, or complied requirements already in the code, but they're not necessarily clear, and the measures in this proposal call them out more specifically. So in that sense, we're not necessarily in some cases increasing stringency per se, but if we don't actually get things installed the way they should be installed, that could actually result in much higher energy use. So to the degree to which these clarifications ensure proper installation, we could see really significant savings. And then the last thing, just before I go into the specific changes, the negative impacts of poor installations and operation have been pretty well documented by Northwest Utilities, by the Northwest Power and Conservation Council, and also in particular the Regional Technical Forum. So the changes that I'm about to present that are in this proposal draw heavily on that research, and in particular a March Regional Technical Forum presentation that details best practices for ensuring we achieve rated efficiency for these types of heat pumps. So just to get into the changes, some of these are relating to requirements and specifications. Some things are just making sure that we are accounting for these changes across multiple sections in the code. So this first one in R 105.2 for information and construction documents, this is just making sure that we add in duct sizing so that we can ensure that the code official can review duct sizing. And this is especially relevant for conversions from forced air furnaces where central cooling wasn't already present. So that's just documentation change. And then the next one under general definitions is just to add a definition for a balance point, because that is referenced in the subsequent proposed changes, and it's an important thing to consider for centrally ducted heat pumps. And then the next one here is R 403.1 controls, and this is again relating to documentation, and that the installer shall document the thermostat, make and model, the control settings from the 403 section, and provide them with the system documentation to the occupant. This is part of ensuring that, one, things are installed correctly, but then also that a lot of that information is passed along to the occupant, because their operation is also really critical for the efficiency. So let's see the next one here. This is under the programmable or connected thermostat section, and the first change here for forced air furnaces is just to make a few clarifications that also includes fuel-fired or electric resistance furnaces, and we add a separate entry under this section for heat pump thermostats, and we delete the exception above under forced air furnaces, because these ductless mini split heat pump systems don't need to be included in that section anymore. That's basically just for forced air furnaces. So that's just a clarification, and we'll slowly get into the meat of the proposal. So, go back a little bit for so the heat pump thermostat requirement, this is just confirming that this thermostat needs to be programmable and capable of controlling the heating and cooling system, and also particularly of scheduling the heating and or cooling set points, and the documentation needs to include language that recommends that the temperature setback be no more than 5 degrees. And that's mainly because these centrally ducted heat pumps don't actually work very nicely with setbacks, and that can actually confuse things and increase energy usage. So it's helping to ensure proper setbacks by the occupants. And then the next one for heat pump supplemental heat. The changes here are intended to better align with modern heat pumps and to ensure optimal control of the supplementary heat. So there's just some language changes referring to recovery from nighttime setback versus specifying startup, setup, and defrost conditions. And then it more specifically calls out the need to prioritize the vapor compression heating. And then there are some changes to the controls, and that's changing the, let's see where it is. So the controls need to be set so that we don't have supplemental heat operation above 35 degrees, where previously it was 40 degrees. And that is more relevant for modern heat pumps. And then there's also clarification that the thermostat user control shall be set up for at least a 2-degree interstage differential. Not as important or equivalent droop setting. That's kind of older and maybe doesn't need to be there. But this setting will help prioritize the vapor compression heating. And then finally, at final inspection, the auxiliary heat lockout control needs to be confirmed. So just a few changes there. The next one is, it's in this section for equipment sizing and efficiency rating, and we're basically just adding an additional and separate subsection there for centrally ducted heat pumps. And that's that they need to be sized for heating based on a balance point of 27 degrees, and that cold climate centrally ducted heat pumps need to be set at a balance point of 17 degrees. And so this really reduces the supplemental heating usage, which is what can dramatically increase energy use. And the Northwest Power and Conservation Council estimates that these balance points should result in approximately 0 electric resistance heat in heating zone 1, basically the west side, and then a maximum of 5 kW and then 10 kW in heating zone 2 and 15 kW in heating zone 3, which is not relevant here. So these are just important tweaks to ensure that when these heat pumps are installed, whether they're new or in a replacement situation, that we're getting them set up correctly from the start. And then the last one here is about ductwork. And this mainly, this is in the existing building section. So this is referring to conversions. So this section already says HVAC ductwork newly installed as part of an alteration shall comply with section R403. And there's, you know, a lot of specifications there that theoretically, if you understood that there could potentially be the need for different ductwork when you're doing a conversion from a forced air furnace to a heat pump, you might just naturally follow the requirements in R403, but we think that it's important to call out that for conversions from forced air furnaces to centrally ducted heat pumps, the ducts have to be altered or replaced as required to be in accordance with particularly R403.3. And that's to ensure adequate performance with the new centrally ducted heat pump. And I can provide more details on that if anybody's interested, but these centrally ducted heat pump systems operate differently. They have different duct size requirements than forced air furnaces. And if you don't make those adjustments, it can significantly impair the performance of the heat pumps. We really need larger enough ducts to allow proper airflow for centrally ducted heat pumps. It really increases system efficiency. So that is the extent of the proposed changes, and I think just collectively these could all go a long way to ensuring that we have really high performing centrally ducted heat pump systems.
Thanks, Poppy. There's a lot in here and several sections. They're all complementary, but there's a bunch of sections. So why don't we scroll up to the top and just talk about the first few bits of this. Take comments on that. And then does anybody have comments on the first few pieces of this? What we see on the screen?
I was going to suggest I wanted to walk through the different points. Some of the stuff that I wanted to walk through, I think Poppy, you might find is friendly. Some of it may not, but there's a lot of. So in the first part that you had on the 403.1.1.1, the forced air furnaces, in there you mentioned fuel fired or electric resistance. I don't know if it's your intent, but that would yeah, that's what the most of the furnaces are, but if we left off those additions, then it would apply to all forced air furnaces versus just those specific systems. So, I would suggest we just leave out the fuel fired or electric resistance because it doesn't change. You know what I mean? Then it's universal. Those requirements apply to everything.
Or you could say other than heat pump, because that's what she's trying to get at.
Yeah, you could just say, yeah, other than heat pump, that would be a good way to say if that's what you wanted to do. Pause for a response, Poppy, or is that?
Yeah, I think as long as it's clear, that aligns with the intent. It's just trying to make sure that this is distinct from heat pumps, whereas before there wasn't a separate heat pump subsection and it kind of was just a little bit vague. But if it doesn't seem necessary to include that, and if nobody else thinks that it's necessary, then I think it would be fine to remove that. Would you agree, Greg, that perhaps once you're saying forced air furnace, that it doesn't imply a heat pump? Maybe it doesn't need to be.
I would, yeah, because that's a fan coil, not a furnace on the inside unit part of the unit. Really, I think what you're trying to get at, if I'm the essence, is you're basically the next section where you had the heat pump thermostat. You're basically highlighting the point of if you have too big of a setback in the area, like when you're hovering right, what you call the balance point, we often call the lockout. But if you're hovering right over that point where the heat pump would normally operate, and you would not use you call for auxiliary heat. If you have too big of a heat pump, then you're going to, even though the heat pump, like let's say at 40 degrees, even though the heat pump should be the only thing operating at that temperature, if your set point is too far back, the heat pump thinks, oh, I can't make up the temperature quick enough, and so I have to call for auxiliary heat, not because the outdoor ambient heat's there, but because I can't get up to heat fast enough. And so I think that's the essence of what you're trying to capture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if that's your essence, I wonder if it might be, I'm fine with how you have it written there. I guess we don't need to wordsmith that, but that seems like a good thing to capture if that's what that's a good positive recognition.
Okay, so let's figure out, do you have suggested words for this particular thing where a primary heat is a forced air non-heat pump system?
Well, my recommendation, which may not matter too much, but it would be take R 403.1.1.1, the one that you have, or switch it. So remove the 0.1, just leave it as programmable thermostat how it was originally listed, and take that new section on the thermostat and just append that to that section. So we just say where the primary heating is a heat pump. We just append that language. So instead of having two thermostat requirement sections, maybe it doesn't matter either way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep the heat pump separate from the furnace. And that's the purpose of this extra paragraph.
Okay,
Because
well, I'm fine
it's
with that.
significantly different in terms of the problems associated with programmable scheduling than a furnace.
So if you're in our industry, if you're talking a furnace, you're talking gas, oil, or some fuel. If you're talking electric resistance, we're talking an air handler. So you have an air handler that could have electric resistance in it with a heat pump, but any of those could have a heat pump put on them too. So, but when we talk about a furnace, we're usually talking about some type of fossil fuel unit. So, but when we're talking heat pump, we're talking an air handler, even electric furnace or be an electric air handler. It'd have electric resistance heat in it. So that's the nomenclature that we run by in the industry. What you guys want to do is a different thing, maybe. I don't know.
But it is possible, Larry, that an electric resistance furnace without a heat pump is not only available, but installed.
Right, but that would be an air handler, Dave.
But it's still a furnace.
No, it's
And
not.
that's the whole point. So if you just can say forced air furnace and you think that keeps you from having and with the second part of the heat pump furnace, that seems like a perfectly acceptable change. So that the only time this heat pumps information comes up is when you actually have a heat pump.
I'll suggest that the language is
just striking the fuel fired electric resistance.
Yeah, I think that would be the clearest. And then keeping the separate subsections for forced air furnace and heat pump thermostat.
I'm good with that. I think that's a good way to approach that.
Okay, Greg, keep going.
And I'll hit one more section and then I'll pass it to others, even though I have comments on the whole thing. But the next section, the heat pump supplemental heating, where you change it to 35 degrees. My read of the existing code was it already was 35. Is just that you could initially set it 40% while you're constructing the building, and then you had to switch it back down to 35 at the very end at final inspection. But the way you made your change is like a moot point to I think it really doesn't change anything. I think that's totally fine. Just to say 35 degrees initially. So, and then I have more comments, but I'll we'll discuss the first part section and then I'll raise my hand when we get to the next part.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Yeah, let's keep it in the first couple parts here. Davenport, Greg.
Hi, everybody. Couple comments here, and this is something I worked a lot with. I was very involved in the last code cycle and some of the changes on heat pumps and cold climate heat pumps. We actually have 3 tiers under our current code for heat pumps: federal minimum heat pumps for the fuel normalization credit. And then we have the tier 1, which I think used to be 9.5 HSPF 1. It's changed a little to HSPF 2. Then there's the tier 2, 11 HSPF. That's the numbers changed for HSPF 2. For the tier 1 federal minimum heat pumps, setting the strip heat lockout temperature at the numbers suggested here makes perfect sense to me. And this has been an area that's been reinterpreted by the State Building Code Council. I've worked a lot with Jonathan on this. The reinterpretations are good, but still not very clear. For the tier 1 and tier 2 energy credits for heat pumps, I believe the way the clarifications read is if you're using those systems, design temps 23 or below, require a cold climate heat pump. Whether or not you're at design temp 23 or below, you must set your strip heat lockout temperature at your design temperature. And that's a really important thing for energy savings.
Greg, are you basically saying that if you use a cold climate heat pump, which is an option not a requirement, that we would have a different set of standards for the thermostat set points and or lockout set points for that beyond what Poppy has put into the requirement.
Yeah, as it stands now under code, if you take the energy credits for the high efficiency tier 1 or tier 2 heat pump, not just the federal minimum heat pump, you should set your supplemental system at a lockout temperature of design temp, because that cold climate heat pump should be able to deliver everything.
Right. But so this is sort of an odd feature of this code that we're talking about federal minimum equipment here in this part of the code. We're not talking about anything exceptional as far as that part goes. That's in the option table. So does this mean that we would have to add into the option table, maybe we already have, into the option table this level of specificity about outdoor lockouts and sizing?
I think the easy way to clarify this would be to say this language applies if you're just using the federal minimum heat pump for the fuel normalization credit. If you are taking either tier 1 or tier 2 high efficiency heat pumps, then you must use design temp to set your supplemental heat system.
So I don't know how that language works. Would that be in 403, R403, or would that be an amendment to the option?
Seems like it should go to the option, a footnote to option 3.4.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
I mean 3.3.
Yeah. As it currently stands under code, that's in a state building code council clarification to the last code cycle. It's not particularly well written. Hopefully that will get cleared up when we get to the energy credit section here for that. But this is a good area for us to clear up. We'll gain a lot of energy efficiency here, and we'll get a lot less questions from code officials and HVAC contractors.
So it is the intent of the normalization table that it apply to the base case, and it's also the intent of the code of section R403 and all the other code sections that is the base case. So that's why I think if we're going to add information about these more high performance equipment, that has to be at least somewhere that's not in the actual 403, because at that point you're basically confusing the issue, and you'd really like not to do that. It's a bad enough problem as it is.
So you're saying that the R406 credit for cold climate heat pumps should include, I mean, right now it includes a lockout temperature of 23, I believe.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It should be design temp.
But it should be design temp.
It's
Okay.
design temp.
So you're saying there should be a modification to the R406.
But
it doesn't mention lockout temperature now.
Right.
Right now,
So the State Building Code Council
Oh, yes, sorry.
clarification did clarify that. So that came later in a clarification. I would suggest that when we get to those energy credits, we turn that clarification into a footnote, so it's right in the code credits.
Okay.
But for purposes of this change, that's a thing we need to add in the option table, not in this section. I mean,
we need to make it clear somewhere. Probably the best place is the option table.
Yeah. If we add it here, it's going to just confuse the issue. It's hard enough to do this right.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay. Would that need to be part of this proposal then?
No. This is a base case proposal.
Yep. Let's just footnote that to come back when we get to the energy credit table and clarify those footnotes.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, Greg, is that your comments on the first half of this proposal? Or do you have more?
That is my one comment. I have one other quick comment that's rather esoteric about heat pumps, but the high efficiency variable capacity heat pumps option, the 2 energy credit options above the federal minimum heat pump, when we suggest programmable thermostats or smart thermostats that are aftermarket, we get into a sticky area here. Also, those don't work well with supplemental from the manufacturers, so that's an area we want to be careful in. We did mostly fix that last time in the code cycle by proscribing the smart thermostat credit if you were using those high efficiency heat pumps. But I think as we're having this conversation about programmable thermostats and smart thermostats, it's something everybody should be aware of.
Okay, and remind us of that when we get to the appropriate part of the code.
You got it.
Yep. All right, Dave Balon.
Yeah, so I would just like to say this is a pretty important addition to the code, especially if we think that heat pumps are in any way a long-term feature of our codes. It's really designed around trying to bring, at least at the outset of the installation, a heat pump that has likely to perform at or better than the ratings than the federal ratings. And at this point, that's a fairly significant addition. I should also point out that that there's a lot of material here that is meant to be used both for new construction and
renovation
construction, but the discussion of the ducts is really not too relevant to the. I mean, we already require duct sizing, and we already require duct sealing in the existing code. I'm sorry, in the new construction code. So it's not meant to really go beyond that for purposes of new construction. Let's see, what else can I have to say? I'll make comments later, maybe, but those are the principal things that I wanted to mention.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Larry.
Okay, so the first thing, this section here, we're talking with basic heat pumps. We're not talking about getting the heat pumps with extra credits, right? So
this is just the baseline.
That's correct.
This is the baseline. So the baseline, you want to make it at 23 degrees. So we're talking
27.
27 degrees. Okay. I don't care which one it is. 27 degrees. Do you know what the size of the ductwork is going to be in these homes at 27 degrees? It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. Okay. Because you got to remember when we're designing air conditioning, which a heat pump can do, the standard that the industry's been going by for years is the ductwork is designed for AC. So on a heat pump, you might go up one size. So when you just design something for 23 or 27 degrees, you've just probably doubled the size of the ductwork. Okay. And then on top of it is now we've got a single stage heat pump that's going to be short cycling in air conditioning. Okay. That's the problem when you guys want to go deep in this kind of stuff for heating with a single stage piece of equipment, is because it doesn't have a way to modulate. So the only thing it can do is shut on and off. So you've just cut half of the life of the heat pump out of it, because we heat more than we cool. Okay. And as you're going to be short cycling in the cooling side severely. Okay. And I don't believe this is good for the customer, because if he's got to spend another $15,000 every 12 years, I think that's not good for the customer. So if you want to go this deep, you need a variable speed unit. Okay. That's going to modulate up and down. Okay. And then we have the problem with the thermostat, because most all these thermostats with these variable speed units, they are company designed for the unit, because you have to have a communication circuit, and everybody has their own way of communicating back and forth to the drive to tell it what to do up and down. You can't go buy a Honeywell. If you buy a Carrier product, you buy a Carrier thermostat to run that drive unit. Okay. And then on the ductwork, we're not seeing good duct design being done. If we're going to do this, we need to have a manual J and then a duct design that goes with the manual J. Because by the time you get way out on the end of things, you don't have the size. So then if we can't push the air, we make the heat pump pay the penalty and we shorten the life again. We got to keep the airflow up so we can keep the life of the heat pump going. And so how you're going to incorporate all this, I don't believe it's a good idea to ramp the temperature much down more than what 2.5 times your air conditioning. So if I have a 2-ton air conditioner that does it, I can go to 2.5-ton heat pump and still be in that realm of area there where that unit's not short cycling, see? And if you want to go real deep like you guys want to go, then you're into variable speed equipment. You've just paid 1.5 times more for even the entry level variable speed equipment. And right now I'm not selling much of that because I'm seeing so many failures. I'm not seeing a good amount of success out there with variable speed equipment. And even when it's installed right, we lose compressors, we're losing drives. And my cost on the last drive board was $5,000. That's my cost. And the customer's going to pay more. And so I'm not getting a good feeling right now. It hasn't been out in the system long enough, like the mini splits. The mini splits seem to have a better failure rate than heat pump ducted systems right now. And when I broke into the compressor the other day, I see why, because they gone away without putting bearings in the bottom on the shaft, and they just got an aluminum bushing there, and they're not lasting. They're just not lasting. And you got to remember that system's running all the time. It's not short cycling. It's either heating or cooling, heating and cooling. So we're running a lot. And that's what the fallacy that I see with the basic system, what to do. And you go with us
Hey, Larry, are you do you have specific comments like on?
Yeah, I don't think it's a
parts
good
of it?
idea to go that deep with single stage or even 2-stage equipment.
So you're talking about, or is there a particular part of the code language in the proposal that you're?
I think
against the whole thing?
the 35 is pushing it, but to go to 23, I think in the standard equipment, I think is too far. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, cool. That was your main comment. I mean, I heard lots of comments, but. Yep, okay. Dave Balon, your hand's still up, but it's Elizabeth.
Well, I'd like to respond to that a little bit. I mean, Larry's right about variable speed equipment being very problematic, especially in the way they're being installed. Whether they're problematic in all cases is, especially with DHPs, is a different question. But it is at this point, what we're saying here is we're going to size a baseline case equipment for 27 degrees. That isn't to say it's size for the design temperature. That's just 27 degrees. If you're below that, then you're below that, and you add resistance heat for as required. His argument is that that's going to be more than the 15% or 20% that's typical between the AC and the heating, and I very seriously doubt that in our new construction code. It is we're building a house that's a whole lot tighter and a whole lot more efficient than from a sizing point of view than the houses, even the houses that we built 20 years ago. So I don't think that short cycling is going to be much of a problem given that. It is true that we still need to do the cooling thing, but once you've done that, then you've done that. In Western Washington, probably you're going to size for the heating in any case, that the cooling is a relatively small number, And so it actually isn't very much of it isn't very relevant what the extra cooling size is.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Elizabeth, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a few maybe questions or thoughts to chew on as far as code language. Going back to the thermostats, in R 403.1.1.1, the proposed an Energy Star certified, is that a defined grouping? Because when I'm looking at the Energy Star website, only smart thermostats are defined. And just curious, like, are we requiring specifically smart Energy Star thermostats as opposed to a non-smart thermostat? And then also just for code language, I guess my concern is this is a lot of language, a lot of criteria for a thermostat that's okay for enforcement purposes. An inspector can go look at the thermostat, see it's programmed and set up this way. But as soon as he turns around, someone could change all of these settings. So I guess I question the need for this to be in the code for an enforcement item. And also, just I would like more clarification on, does the thermostat need to be Energy Star certified? And if it is, does it have to be a smart thermostat, which is what Energy Star is certifying?
Yeah, I'll just speak to that quickly, Elizabeth. I think these are good questions, but they're actually related to the existing language for this section that we didn't change. So those would be more questions relating to the forced air furnaces than they are for the heat pumps. And all of these different settings that are required there were already in the existing code. So
The
I
only thing
think
that
the
changed
thing,
is the red.
yeah, the underlined in black is what we originally changed for the proposal, and then the red is what has been changed today. So yeah, and I mean, I think that this is here because yes, it is true that it can be changed later, but we're hoping that I mean, I think the code intention and what we're intending on the heat pump side as well is that you at least get it right at the starting point, because a lot of times those settings just get carried on forever, and they cause a lot of increase in energy use.
Yep. The best we can do is have it set up on day one to be acceptable, and then it's up to the owner and user to do beyond that. Elizabeth, is that do you have any more?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're not changing that language, but I am a little concerned right now just going to the Energy Star website. There's a lot of thermostats that will do all of these things that are not smart thermostats. And I don't know that there's a category of Energy Star thermostats that are not smart, that are certified. So, but again, yes, you're not changing that. So perhaps that should be a different recommendation.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Greg Johnson, you're up.
Yeah, so now that we're moved on past the first section, one question for you, Poppy. So the new addition you had for centrally ducted heat pumps with the balance point that you defined, there's a bunch of situations where those I don't believe are the correct balance points. My belief would be the design of the heat pump really is something more in the jurisdiction of the International Mechanical Code, or you know what I mean, or and not necessarily here in the Energy Code. Wondering, would you be? I mean, I don't think trying to detail out. I mean, I know the desire is to make sure that people design these things appropriately, but trying to detail out the design criteria in this code, I think we're going to run into more problems, and we're not really going to fix anything. So I was wondering, would you be amenable to just omitting that portion? I mean, we keep your changes that you had in the first sections, but not try to detail out the balance points and leave that elsewhere so we don't run into trouble.
Well, I'm not really amenable to that as a friendly amendment, if that's relevant before we have a motion. But I suppose if the tag wanted to to vote on that specifically as amendment, they could. But I think the main argument for keeping it in is that it is based on a lot of modeling and analysis that's been done at the Power Council and Regional Technical Forum level, specifically in relation to the significant energy savings that can be achieved by not kicking things in unnecessarily into supplemental heating mode. And so these are the specific numbers that they have settled on as ideal in this situation, particularly for avoiding supplemental heat when it's not necessary.
I mean, I would agree with you if that were electric resistance supplemental heat. Those would be probably pretty close numbers. But when you're talking about gas supplemental heat, that's not necessarily the numbers you want. And then there's other issues like the duct sizing and all that. So I think it's incomplete. Like if we really want to get in there, we've got to define it fully. But I'll move on to one last point is on the ductwork. I think you might have a unintended consequence that you're not getting people to replace and upgrade their existing system with the 503 suggestion. I mean, I know the desire is, I mean, if people have leaky ductwork and they didn't, you know what I mean, and they, or let's say they undersized the ductwork initially for their forced air system, it's not ideal for them to replace, not fix those issues. But whether you you replace it with a heat pump or you don't replace with a heat pump, the ductwork still is going to be underperforming. And I think that's going to be, if I have to upgrade all my ductwork, which is a massive remodel, that's tearing out a ton of sheetrock and replacing ducts throughout the house. That's a huge amount of cost. Whereas if I didn't have to do that, then maybe just adding a coil inside my existing furnace so I can put a new heat pump outside, that is a very low, relatively low cost. And so, I mean, good intent, but I think it's going to have a adverse, like people are going to be like, oh shoot, I was going to add a heat pump, but I'm not now because a project that was going to be a small cost of just adding the heat pump and the coil inside the furnace and doing a little bit of modification right there at the furnace becomes a whole house remodel.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on removing that 503 just because it's maybe counterproductive?
I would be reluctant to remove it. I mean, I am concerned we don't want to dissuade folks from making that conversion. But if you're replacing an electric resistance forced air furnace, which really does require different size ducts to be functional, and then you're replacing it with a centrally ducted heat pump system, and you don't have the correct sizes to ensure the larger airflow, then you really are reducing the efficiency dramatically for that heat pump system. So I think that it isn't always the case that the ducts need to be replaced, but I think that that's something that needs to be considered when this type of conversion is happening. And maybe there are others that can provide some other input on that, whether or not it seems like that is a really likely situation, or it would dissuade from doing the replacement. But it seems like it's an important element to keep in here, and it does have a big impact on the efficiency of the system.
I would think your ducts would get smaller, if anything, not necessarily bigger, because with a heat pump, because I mean, you have heat pump, it doesn't provide as much peak BTU output usually. So where you'd have to upsize would be more about if they happen to undersize it to begin with. But fundamentally, I mean, it's not necessarily going to be upsizing your ducts.
Yeah, they definitely need larger ducts to ensure larger airflow because the temperature of the air is less. And so it's just part of the way that the system is designed, that when you have that lower temperature air, you need larger ducts for the system.
To your point, that's all based on the design. So I mean, that's one option. That's one way that could be. But I mean, I will, just to get things moving, I'll make a motion that we accept this with modifications. The modifications being one, that we strike fossil fuel or electric resistance on the 403.1.1.1, so that way it applies
As
universally.
it's already been done on the draft, I believe.
Then on the 403.1 where the heat pump supplemental heat, there's a thing that says electric resistance supplemental heaters. I think we need to strike that too, because we want to supplement the 35 degrees to apply both equally to gas and electric. I believe that's going to be a friendly to you, Poppy, because I mean, we don't want to apply that just to one source. We want it to apply to all. And then I will strike this 403.7.3. And then I'll strike the additions in the ductwork because I don't want to disincentivize people from doing upgrades. So.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the proposal with some modifications. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, we have something to discuss now. I was going to bring up the same thing Greg brought up about the ductwork. I have a house with a gas furnace, and at some point I'll get a heat pump in there, and I hope I don't have to upgrade all my ductwork. And if I had to upgrade all my ductwork just to get a heat pump, I think that would seriously disincentivize me. I probably wouldn't get a heat pump if it required me to upgrade all my ductwork sizes, because that would be a remodel of the whole house.
What you can do, Shell, is buy a heat pump that can run in the duct size that you have. And you can save the energy there. And that's what I'm trying to get at, is let's save where we can, when we can. And but to try to do, it's like Dave said, all manufacturers, they tell us if you size for air conditioning with a single stage heat pump, you only want to go one more size for a heat pump. You don't want to take it 3 or 4 sizes down, because you are going to have compressor failures. Because every time you turn that compressor on and off, those windings, they jump in there just a little bit. Okay. So
okay, so you're saying, I guess you're saying R503.1.2.1 could stay because you could just get a different heat pump size?
That's what I would do, Shell. I would look at how much air I can push in your duct system, and then I would size the heat pump for that. And at least I'm saving you during that period where you get the biggest gain too. You're going to get the biggest gain for your buck there.
But to your point, Larry, if we, that's why it's important to strike that, because 403 is going to require a lot more than just resizing your ducts. It's going to require air sealing testing, you know what I mean, and making sure you're
right. We don't want to go that far. We want to get as many conversions as we can in and keep the cost reasonably down for people. We don't want them to tear their whole houses out. We want to get as many as we can. That's what we want to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry and Greg. Okay, we have a motion on the table to accept something. So let's speak to anything in this proposal that you want, but especially to for or against the motion, and then, clarifications, modifications, questions. Brian, you are up.
Yeah, thank you. Just since this is Brian Russo, Tacoma Power, on the question of this ductwork, I generally agree that this could have a chilling effect on installations, at least at Tacoma Power. When we see customers install heat pumps, it's almost exclusively for retrofits. Many of them are not necessarily doing ductwork work in association with that project. I'll acknowledge that could result in a substandard operation of that heat pump, but it is often still better than the pre-existing condition. And this is purely anecdotal, but at our house, we had gas, we installed a heat pump without even resistance backup using existing ducting. It's fine. The other question I would have on this is, as it relates to Chapter 5 concerning existing buildings. There's language that the code shall not be used to require removal, alteration, or abandonment of a pre-existing system. Now, granted, this is the ventilation part of HVAC. I don't know where we draw that line, but I'm curious that might conflict with that portion of the code as well.
Thanks, Brian. It sounds like in the motion, at least the only Chapter 5 section has been struck, so it seems like there would be no conflict.
Understood.
And your comment was about if we brought that back.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Thanks, Brian. Alexis.
So I think what everyone else is saying about that section having a chilling effect would be true, but I also want to ask if there's any merit to reiterating the addition of that duct sizing information from our 105.2 in that, because my concern with striking that is like a lot of heat pumps really don't have as powerful fans, and they top out at 50 feet of ductwork length. And so while we absolutely want people to convert to heat pumps, if they're installing them in a way that it truly cannot function, that's a concern to me. So I almost wonder if it's worth reiterating in some way that, like, when you convert, like, you need a manual D or something just to show that it can work. Because again, if you've got a house like with a lot of ceilings I've looked into are kind of spaghetti when it comes to their duct work, and if you've got 70 feet of duct length and that fan can only push 50 feet, that last 20 feet is getting nothing or next to nothing, and that's my only concern. And as others have said about, like, you can size up, I just wonder if anyone thinks there's any merit to adding something to say that you just got to show that it's possible.
Well, to note, Alexa, I mean, that's a good question, but the one thing is installing a heat pump is not a DIY job. In fact, even if you tried to do a DIY job and then you went to crack the valve and you'd be really low on your refrigerant and you call someone to charge your refrigerant, a lot of installers would look at it and say, no, I'm not charging your refrigerant. You did this yourself. So
there are preloaded systems. I've had clients who are requesting to DIY it, and there are like a couple of companies that will provide like pre-charge lines, and there is a desire from homeowners to try this themselves, even if you dissuade them.
Heat pumps are not DIY installs. It's a really bad idea.
It is, and that's why, like, I kind of I would like for there to be something in there, just be like, hey, verify to some extent this is possible.
Yeah, I think I'm with Greg. It's not a DIY, and I think that your licensed contractor, I mean, they have the knowledge and know what they need to do, and I think they're going to be warranting the system, and so if they make a mistake and the thing short cycles and burns out or something, they're going to be replacing it. So I don't think that's a, you know what I mean, a concern. I haven't really seen, I mean, I hear people asking about it, but I've never really seen someone actually DIY a heat pump.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, if people don't think that that's a concern, that's fine. I just wanted to bring that forth.
Thanks. And I think we have maybe some extra diligent people on the call in terms of what they do. It's entirely possible there's lots of contractors out there that don't do a whole lot of calculations and just bring out a machine and hook it up without that. Do you think that's prevalent in the industry?
I think it happens personally. Just from the couple of contractors I've interacted with, I think the really good ones don't do that. But I also don't see a lot of manual Ds floating around there. As I speak with architects, it's not I keep floating the idea. I'm like, hey, you guys, are you doing your manual J? Hey, you doing your manual D? And they're like, what are you talking about? That's not the norm. And so I would like to think that people are totally going to double check this stuff, but from what I've seen, I feel that there are people that will not double check, who will just hook one up and do a rule of thumb in BTUs, and that's their main concern is BTUs.
Yeah, and we got some bids on doing heat pumps for our house, and nobody really asked any questions or even looked at the house. They just asked for the square footage and gave us a quote. And maybe they would do more diligence later, but they quoted a specific size and piece of equipment. Go ahead, Dwayne.
It is a mixed bag for retrofit projects. There are some good contractors out there and there are some not so good ones. New construction, we're seeing more and more HVAC contractors and builders do proper manual JS and D design, which is the way it should be done every time.
So, I mean, I guess to Alexa's point, requiring some sort of calc as part of the section 5, chapter 5, right, might be beneficial.
The calc is already required. It's just not done and it's not enforced. Out in the city of Boise and surrounding jurisdictions, it got so bad that they actually started to require it, and they had to put the paperwork on the heating cooling system in the house, and now the building officials inspect it, which is interesting. You have to do either the state worksheet or a manual JS and D for new construction permits. They're not all done right, but it is required. And if a builder or an HVAC contractor is messing that up really badly, they're going to have warranty issues and comfort issues that are going to cause big problems. So it's not perfect, but it's pretty good.
But what about additions? Because if I get this situation sometimes where, obviously the retrofit and requiring that, and you're clarifying that, yes, you also need the manual JS and D on, like, maybe you don't need to replace the ductwork, but you need the manual JS and D on this retrofit too.
After 7 or 8 years of working at Mitsubishi, I got to the point where I was really choosy about HVAC contractors. I knew which ones were good and which ones weren't. But if you're doing a retrofit or any project or an addition, you should choose a good HVAC contractor, and that's probably not going to be the cheapest one.
All right, Dwayne.
Yeah, I can hardly imagine how striking 403.7.3 is going to be considered a friendly amendment.
Nothing needs to be friendly. We're all friendly already,
well,
but it was part of the motion.
Yeah, in this case, I think that's part of the essence of this whole thing is and should be kept. My one reservation is that it doesn't specify what a cold climate heat pump is, and so if we do end up keeping that, then I'd have a proposal to drop in a reference to the Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnership's heat pump list. Thank you.
Okay. And someone could make a motion to modify the motion if they wanted. Go ahead, Dave.
Dave Balon.
Dave Balon.
Okay. In the 503 section, we require that the ducts to meet our 403 requirements, which include manual D, not JS and D, but it does at a minimum require a manual D, which in principle at least uses the airflow of the specified equipment as part of the discussion. It also implies a level of duct sealing. It's not required, hermetically sealed ducts, but it does require that you check the ducts and get them to a certain level, and that's not unusual in a retrofit, at least in some retrofits. We are fairly convinced, and this is the Power Council, the RTF, most utilities that are involved here, that when central heat pumps get undersized, they don't perform well, They run into trouble with a wide variety of things, including setbacks, and in effect, you're basically not, but you're buying a lot of equipment that doesn't quite work. It's true that the balance point at 27 is pretty aggressive. It's also not true that a balance point is the same as the design temperature. The balance point, if you read the section at the beginning of the proposal, is just the point at which the compression cycle can meet the load, and that isn't on most. In any of these cases, it's not necessarily the design temperature. Maybe in Seattle, maybe, but not really in Spokane ever. So I'm very much against the idea that we should drop all the sizing requirements. This is a fairly big deal for heat pumps, and we shouldn't actually try and make it less stringent than this. It could be said, however, that cold climate heat pumps are not base case, and therefore this should be part of the footnotes where cold climates are referred to. In some of that is already in the cold climate in the option tables, but it needs to be part of that, not part of the base case.
Thanks, Dave. Poppy.
Yeah, regarding the motion, I think that some of the changes are fine just in terms of striking fossil fuel and electric resistance from that forced air furnace description in the beginning, et cetera. I also strongly disagree with striking the sizing requirement. And I think we could potentially revise the ductwork sizing requirement. Maybe it refers to R403.3, but it doesn't say specifically that the ducts must be altered or replaced as required in accordance with that. So I'm not sure exactly what the change would be on that second part, the ductwork part, but I would like to, if this is how the process goes, I would like to make a motion to modify the motion.
Yep.
And that motion would be to not strike the R403.7.3 section that was struck by the original motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to modify the original motion to unstrike this. Unstrike C4 3.7.3. Okay, thanks, Poppy.
And clarification, does that, okay, never mind, that's fine.
That's an mandatory motion, so we vote on that separately than the main motion. Dave, you still have your hand up, Dave Balon? Otherwise, we'll go to Larry.
The thing that Dave's talked a few minutes ago kind of bothers me a little bit, because he said that a manual D has to be done on all these. Are we talking, Dave, are you talking about retrofit here? Because if it's all sealed up in the ceiling, there's no way to do a manual D on something like that to see if the ducts are going to do it. What we do out in the field, we put a flow duct measurer in the system, and we measure how much flow we can get out of the existing ducts. And then that's how we usually size our heat pump. Because when I go to do a manual D on the computer here, I got to know how tight the 90s are, what type of transition I have. I mean, the one lady talked about 50 feet. Well, depending on how you build your duct, you have 50, most people have 50 feet of effective length, and they haven't even ran any duct. By the time you make the turn at the furnace and the turn at the top, you've already well beyond. When we're running duct designs, we're running effective foot lengths of nearly 300 feet out there. Okay. And that's reality. Okay. 50 feet, that's a joke. Okay.
So manual D is required in section R4 3.3.1 for duct system design, which is not in chapter 5.
Okay.
When in chapter 5, what is in here is HVAC ductwork newly installed as part of an alteration shall comply with section R403, which means if you're installing new duct, it does have to comply with the manual D. But if you're put to the extent that you're not installing new ductwork, it doesn't need to.
So if you're doing an addition shell and you got a straw feeding the addition, and then you're gonna do the manual D, it'll never work unless you can pull a whole new duct system out there to that addition. Okay.
That's part of the current code, is that R403 is required and new ductwork in existing alterations has to comply with it. But this is not the addition section, this is the alteration section. that we're
Okay.
looking at.
Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight if you did vote for this amendment, what keeping R403 is really going to do. So just to realize that, so if you have a variable speed, on a heat pump, ideally you don't want it turning on or off. You want it just to stay on for a longer period at a constant thing, as opposed to turning on, bringing the space down to the temperature, and then shutting off and letting the space heat back up, and you turn it back on and cycling, and that's called short cycling. So with a variable speed, you're able to take your max output and reduce it to a lower output, so that way you can just run longer and keep it going. But R403 is talking about the first part is single speed centrally ducted heat pumps shall be sized for a balance point of 27 degrees. So that will require a larger size. You have to size your heat pump for a larger size. Like others said, it was an aggressive point. And so what that means is when you're operating a heat pump at 47 degrees or 50 degrees or 60 degrees, that thing's going to short cycle left and right. That is not good for energy efficiency, and that is not good for the lifespan of that unit. And that unit's going to on and off because it goes max heat. Oh, shut off. Okay, max heat. And so that's the problem right there by over specifying your your balance point and then choosing some aggressive one. I mean, the intent is maybe good intent to size your heat pumps appropriately, but you're actually not sizing them appropriately. You're actually inappropriately sizing it on accident. And then the same thing for your, I mean, yes, most cold temperature ones are variable speed, but I don't know if all of them are. And so if you're making a 17-degree balance point, like you're sizing for a lot colder, that means you're getting a lot bigger unit that's going to go. And even if you're talking about like a 1 or 2 stage one, I mean, you bring up the first stage and you also bring up the capacity on the second stage. And so when you get to the more moderate springtime temperatures, that thing's just going to be 100, like hitting the accelerator all the way to the floor and then letting up to nothing and then hitting the accelerator. And that's not going to turn out well.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. I think we're going to vote soon on this amendatory motion. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, just a quick response to Greg on that one. I won't speak specifically to the details of that comment, but these balance points were developed by the Power Council, and they're going to be included in the assumptions for related measures for this next power plan, and they're explicitly focused on energy efficiency. So I think that it's highly likely that they took this full picture into consideration, and that they wouldn't have selected these balance points if they thought that it was going to negatively affect efficiency.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Dave.
Greg, do you have a suggestion for what balance point you might use in lieu of this one?
Well, it varies by system and equipment. So
you got a single speed centrally ducted heat pump. It's not a really large variation there. So for that case, do you have a suggestion for a balance point?
35 degrees, Dave. You're pushing the limit already.
That's a pretty generous, that's not a very generous sizing criteria. Is that how you do it, Larry?
Here's what we designed, Dave. 20 degrees normally delta T on AC, okay? So the heat pump is designed for 20 degrees. So then how far will that get you in a heating mode? So from 70 down, that's 50. And now you want to go another 15 degrees. So you've doubled the capacity of your cooling unit almost. That's what I'm telling you. So and anybody that said that you can go to 27 degrees and you're not going to have significant compressor failures, those people don't know what they're talking about. Okay, maybe they were talking about a variable speed unit when that conversation was going on, but it was not a. No manufacturer is going to tell you that. They're going to tell you you're out of your mind, because that thing's going to be short cycling so much. It's like your car, Dave. If you had your car and you only had one throttle position, full throttle, so you get in your driveway and you hit it full throttle and you get to the street and you hit the brake, and then you hit it full throttle again and you get to the corner and you put on your brake, and then you turn the corner and you put it to full throttle and you get to the next stop sign. How long would that engine last? And what kind of mileage would you have? You would have very low mileage, and you'd be lucky you get 50,000 out of that engine. Okay.
Larry, you need to buy yourself an electric car. It doesn't have that same problem.
I could tell you it will, Dave. Okay.
No, it will
guys,
not.
But
No,
they got variable speed
Anyway.
drives on those engines, Dave.
No,
They don't
so-
have one speed, Dave. If they had one speed,
Larry,
that's the
Dave,
difference.
We're gonna stop this. Greg, go ahead. Greg Davenport.
All I wanted to add to this conversation is the single speed heat pumps are really like federal minimum. They're getting pretty out of date. We're seeing less and less of them. More and more heat pumps, particularly the tier 1 and tier 2 ones for the energy credits, are the variable capacities that don't have these issues.
Or at least 2-speed.
Okay. All right. We've had a good discussion on this. Right now, the motion that is on the table, we're about to take a roll call vote on.
Can I ask one quick suggestion for Poppy? Would it be amendable just for friendly to your amendment is to change that 27 to 35 so we don't have a potential issue?
No.
No.
Okay. So we're gonna vote on this. We have a motion and a second to amend the original motion to include C4 3.7.3. So we're gonna vote. A yes vote would be this is not a vote on the main motion to approve the proposal. This is a vote only on whether we include C4 3.7.3 in there. So a yes vote includes 4 3.7.3 in there. A no vote doesn't include it. So with that, let's do a roll call.
Julie Blazek,
Abstain.
is Kim Barker back?
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
I didn't hear Jason if you said anything.
I'm trying to see if he's here. I don't see him on the list anymore.
I don't see him either.
Jonah, are you here?
I am here. And I say yes.
Okay. Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Rasputness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Kevin had to step away. This is Elizabeth Torsky, his alternate. No.
Poppy Storm,
Sorry, so yes is to not strike this section?
correct.
Yes is to include C4 R4 3.7.3.
Okay, yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Abstain.
Shane Nillis, I don't see Shane on the list
I
anymore.
don't see him either.
Nick Manning, are you there? Don't see Nick. Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion carries 8-3 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. We are on to the main motion, which is to approve this proposal as modified. Let's do a roll call vote on that. I don't see any hands up other than Greg's, who I think is residual. So roll call vote. A yes vote is to approve this proposal with the mods you see on the screen.
Julie Blazik,
Abstain.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchie,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Elizabeth Torsky,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
okay, motion carries 8-2 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, all right. Thanks. Motion carries. Thank you everybody for your long discussion. We spent an hour and 20 minutes on that. But that was a lot of good discussion and it affected several sections. So we are on to 034. Actually, no, we will go to 001 Spiritos. Erica, are you around?
Hi, this is Jeb Thornburg. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Erica.
Okay, you have the floor.
Great. Thanks for having me. I'm Jeb Thornburg with Tieton Cabin Company. We participate in the Washington State Forest Products Roundtable, and we are also the manufacturer of prefabricated building code compliant CLT based small homes. And we are suggesting a code amendment that acknowledges the insulating properties of cross-laminated timber as a way to acknowledge that continuous surface provides added insulating benefit, not dissimilar to the way that log homes are acknowledged, specifically in the prescriptive component method of compliance. And this has come up in our group discussion for 2 reasons. One, the value add that CLT has in its energy performance properties. And secondly, in the case of providing equitable cost availability to buyers and consumers of small houses, in that currently without a performance-based model, which you all know, because I heard it discussed earlier, is very difficult in a small building envelope situation, that allows us to essentially agree that CLT is a reasonable insulating performer as part of that component system. And I know that Todd has participated in this discussion as well, and I would leave it to him to add any other salient points that he think may be worth considering here.
Did you call on Todd?
I don't
I
believe
can't.
Todd is at the meeting.
Oh, He left the meeting. No problem at all. Let me know if you have any questions specific to this. Happy to respond further as needed.
Okay, thanks, Jeb. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, couple questions. I like CLT very much. I think it's great stuff. I've dealt with issues in the past with ICFs where they've made claims about the thermal insulation values that were not supported by test labs. I was just curious, do you have independent test lab data that supports the R value you're suggesting for the CLT?
Yes, I think that there's been extensive, I don't know the terminology, but UL type testing that the Canadian Forest Products Association has adopted as the baseline accepted industry standard, and that I also believe the IEC or the IBC has adopted those performance standards for use in the modeling method, and we're just asking those same standards to be referentially used for the component method.
I think that's a great answer, Jeb. I confess I haven't read the full proposal, but I would be curious to look at that and make sure that the numbers you're using match the independent test lab data.
Yes, and honestly, I'm familiar with the ICF issue, and there are some aggressive claims in that in that world. So I would be amenable to a qualification that a reasonably industry standard accepted value be used. I think it's around R.1.1 per inch.
I'd like to see the data and, have that backing all this up. If this matches the independent test lab data, I think this is great stuff.
Great, thank you. I'm like 99. I'm driving in my car, but I'm 99% sure that that qualifying reference to the Forest Products IBC accepted standards is in there.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to add that ASHRAE 90.1 2022, table A9 assigns wood a general value of R 1.25 per inch. That's the default that we use is Appendix A. So that would be the default if there were not a code proposal to change it. Greg, your hand is still up, but I'm gonna go to Julie. Julie, did you wanna?
You're muted, Julie.
Yeah, sorry. I'm assuming that this is for installations that don't penetrate the thermal envelope at all, and that they don't communicate with any heavy timber beams that penetrate the exterior envelope, so that we can avoid thermal bridging, but it doesn't necessarily say that.
I guess this is Jeb Thornburg again. I guess I would be again amenable to a clarification on that point. I think in general, what we're suggesting is that we want CLT as a panel system to be, acknowledged as a component part of the insulating value. And if that requires that adjustment, it seems fine. I think it will still perform the intended outcome.
I would be in favor of that too, as long as it doesn't penetrate the envelope.
I guess I do have a question as to why this is a footnote in the U and R value tables. We don't have footnotes for other products that provide some insulation value, like sheathing or even insulation itself. I guess I don't know that this is the right place to put it. And I had some communication, I think, with people who put this forward as a proposal, and I said, Appendix A is where we get all this information. So why not put it in Appendix A? But it looks like you've decided to put it directly in the tables for R and U factor. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, There is. We certainly could be doing envelopes performance modeling, but in our specific case, we're trying to acknowledge that in tiny home construction, that compensation in a performance model with glazing is very difficult when the percentage of glazing versus the percentage volume area of a building is such that, you know, the performance modeling doesn't very easily yield the desired performance outcome. But if this can be used in a component method, I don't think it diminishes the overall envelope or building's performance, because really the underperformers in small homes are glazing and ACH, not panelized systems. So we're just saying that in the, for instance, of a CLT constructed tiny home, we're putting in a baseline of R25 insulation, you know, continuous plus cavity insulation. And then we're adding the CLT on panel on top of that. That's giving us an additional R5, but that doesn't make the building better because we're still allowing for R.25 or 2.8 glazing that is far less than that overperforming wall assembly.
Okay, I guess I'm still like, why is this in the tables for R and U value and not, like, we don't put insulation values in those tables normally. So I'm wondering why these need to go in those tables rather than just in Appendix A, which is where we normally get those values from.
Because if I understand the code correctly, Appendix A only allows for use of said components that you're describing in a building envelope performance methodology, and we're saying that we would like this to apply to the prescriptive component method as well. And the logic there, and maybe I wasn't explaining myself very well, is that performance modeling for ultra tiny homes in the range of 200 to 400 square feet are nearly well, I shouldn't say nearly impossible. They're very difficult to achieve, whereas with a simple prescriptive performance method, if this is acknowledged, it makes it possible, and I think no lesser of a quality building in doing so.
Okay, I guess other materials that would contribute to that are not in these tables as footnotes. So
I hear what you're saying. I mean, the comparative analysis is that log building construction is, and we're saying that CLT is a modern form of log building construction. Therefore, it seems like it should be fairly evaluated in this table.
okay, because footnote G talks about log structures. Okay, I guess yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And frankly, market driven. We participate in a forest product roundtable that is trying to promote the use of sustainable materials that are produced in our state, and this helps that industry, and it also helps promote affordability of smaller home sizes that are high performance. And so we think we're unaware of a downside to promoting this in this way.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
Yeah. Sorry, Hen.
So I'm very much opposed to this. Looking up in a couple of handbooks, the accepted values nationally for softwood lumber range from 1.1 to 1.25, not this 0.833 and like that that he's showing there, and the reference here is to a Canadian CLT handbook, not to some other resource. And obviously that means it's coming from an industry organization that's trying to push its own product. And the first sentence is irrelevant to code stuff. So I think this is another example of an industry trying to push its product beyond what is actually supportable by tested data.
Thanks, Dwayne. Rick.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Dwayne's statement. Also, a couple of things to add to that, keeping in mind that logs are also assessed by density, specific gravity, species type, moisture content, et cetera. And CLTs are not do not supply that data and are not evaluated that way for thermal resistance. And the other thing is that I'd really like to see an ASTM C518 test on this, because the hotbox test is really the only way we're going to tell comparatively to other materials using the same testing. So that's the test, and we don't want to use a modified test because that doesn't tell us what we need to know. So C518 would work for me if that test is available versus an industry calculation. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, first I thought we were talking about what was the right U value to use in a parallel path calc to meet the U value assembly requirement. But it sounds like what you're trying to do is to say that the U value, our value requirement should be higher. The U value requirement should be higher for CLTs as it is for logs, right? Because I mean, logs have a lower standard than wood framed walls, don't they?
I'm not familiar enough with the log analysis to comment on that comparatively to CLT, but I don't have any opposition to modifying the proposal to refer to an agreed standard of performance in R and or U categories, because I think the IBC already has an established referential standard, and if that is an acceptable standard to the group here, that's fine. And Rick, to your question about an ASTM or a quote hotbox test, I'd be happy to research if one exists. What I would hope the group would consider is that if we could establish a reasonable testing standard to agree to, I think it's better to pursue that rather than throw out the whole thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, let me rephrase my question. To meet the R21 plus 5 or the 0.045 wall, I would need to add insulation, rigid insulation or something to my cross-laminated timber because it has an R value of 5. Are you saying that you want the R value of 5 to meet the code?
No, sorry, in no way. All I'm just saying is that we don't want to have to do R25 of insulation, continuous plus cavity plus the CLT. We just like the CLT to be acknowledged as a component of insulating value in the assembly.
Well, so if I do a parallel path calc if I'm doing the U value approach and I have an assembly that's not in Appendix A, then I'm going to do a custom parallel path calc for the U value. And I would definitely use the thickness of wood for the CLT, but I guess I'm seconding Jill's point that it seems like this would go in Appendix A then, because it's going to be part of how you calculate the U value, or maybe it's a predefined assembly saying a CLT plus X amount of rigid insulation on the outside of it equals such and such U value.
But we already have a U value for wood in Appendix A, right?
We do,
so
yeah.
Why say it again?
But do we have a CLT assembly in Appendix A?
CLT is wood.
Right now in Appendix A, table A101.5 from 2022 includes just a straight R 1.25 per inch for wood.
Right. I guess that would you like us to are you suggesting we have predefined assemblies for CLT? So like a CLT with R20 rigid on the outside would be this, this, I mean, like that's the way it works for wood walls and steel walls. There's a table with different thicknesses of continuous. Seems like that'd be the more appropriate thing to do is to put it there and have a table.
Yeah. Yep. That's what kind of my thoughts as well. Go ahead, Larry.
I got one question. One question to Julie. First off, is what does it matter if it bridges the thermal envelope? I mean, it's no different than a truss. A truss goes clean across out to the outside and into the inside. I mean,
There's a lot of
because
applications do penetrate, particularly in the Pacific Northwest.
but
And we want to try to get teams to stop doing that without having a thermal bridge,
I mean it's
thermal break rather, sorry.
but I mean it has an insulation value. It's not like steel or concrete. It
It's
has a
still conducting cold and hot through the envelope and reducing your energy efficiency.
but wood's more of an insulator than it is an isolator. So that's why I don't understand that. I mean, it has a reasonable, it's better than steel by far.
Yeah.
But then on
The
top of
same reasons we want continuous insulation around the outside.
right.
We don't
So
want things penetrating through that and communicating with the outside.
right. Okay. So any of these ones we're trying to do that with, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We have
Okay.
limitations on a bunch of thermal bridging
Right.
code.
The reason I bring it up is because it happens often, so I wouldn't want them to take advantage of the thermal properties of it and sort of negate it with popping through the envelope.
I got you there. But then this product, because it's going to interlock, right? It's going to be like tongue and groove, right? That's what I'm thinking this product is. It comes
Yeah.
in sheets, 4x8 sheets, right?
Generally speaking, there is a rebated or dado joint at wall to floor and floor to roof assemblies, and all of that still requires WRB, other joint insulation so that the ACH performance. We're just suggesting that CLT in its panelized form behaves like an insulating panel does, and so we would like it to be acknowledged as an insulated panel, and we're not suggesting any lower performance than the currently required envelope assemblies. We just want it to be acknowledged because right now we are using it and it's just in the component method is given a valuation of 0 when in fact in most forms it's providing R5 or more insulation with little to no penetrations.
How is it not? How is it
But the big
zero?
let me just finish here. But the big thing about this product is it's going to be much tighter, isn't it? Than a standard.
Oh, we're getting we're getting ACH below 2 in 300 square foot units because we have like
good.
zero,
Yeah, no, it's good. Let's keep this to the
Thanks.
insulation value rather than the air leakage.
Yeah.
It is now going to be included. If it's not in Appendix A, then the modeler, then the code person doing the code compliance form can do a custom calculation, and they would include the thickness of the wood, just like we include the plywood, the drywall, everything in that assembly calculation. So it is. It would be included now. I think the only question to me is that do you want to have a standardized set of CLT assemblies in Appendix A?
I'd be open to that too. I mean, our big issue is that, again, and this is maybe a little nuanced, specific to small building footprints, but anything below about 500 square feet, if you have more than 20% or even 15% glazing, in a performance modeling, it's very difficult to compensate for that glazing in more and more insulated assemblies. And I think that really the weak link in those assemblies is poor performing glazing. And that's where you have to focus your energy. I mean, just specific to the products that we make, we only use a triple glazed window because we simply can't get the envelope models to at that small size, or you have such few windows that it's not a humane building. So in our case, if we were just given the liberty of the component method, we could not have to go down the path of
Yeah.
modeling.
I guess
Yeah,
I don't see why you don't have the liberty of the component method now. I mean,
Yeah.
it's there now.
We do. We absolutely have it. There's no argument there.
And if you're doing a performance model, you would also use a U value that you derive from a custom, U value, parallel path calculation, or assembly U value calculation. So it would be, you get the same value for the wood panel in performance path modeling as you would in the U values approach.
Yeah, I don't understand the challenges being addressed here, even though it's been stated. Krista, you were on a table a minute ago. Can you show the table and why you're in which table that is?
Oh, this is table A101.5 out of Appendix A that was being amended by the proposal.
So I'm going to take that table and I'm going to use those values for, if it's a wood frame value, for the path through the insulation and the path through the stud, etc., including the air films, the plywood sheathing, etc. So if it had a CLT in it, I would use the same 1.25 inch with times 4 inches or whatever it is. So that would give me the benefit. The insulating value of the wood panel is definitely going to be considered.
Yeah. So someone sent me a table A101.5 from ASHRAE 2022. Table A9.4.4-1, and that includes wood. But it looks like our table doesn't include wood currently, other than sheathing, which is a fiberboard, not a solid wood. Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Okay, just a couple of things. I'm assuming, Jeb, that you're not using this as CI, continuous insulation. It's a supplement to that. Am I correct in understanding that?
I think it's an either or question there, is that I think the way we've written the proposal is that we're saying because of the way that the CLT is panelized like a CI component, that it should be allowed to be used in lieu of an insulating board as the CI component of the assembly. I'm not asking for any special dispensation on the R value or U value, just simply stating, hey, this piece of wood in the form that we're using it is the CI component.
Got it, thanks. And as long as it's contiguous, the same material throughout, and it's not broken up like a SIPS panel is, with a corner or a plate on top and bottom, and they are part of continuous insulation where there's no thermal bridging within intermittent parts within those panels because they're all the same material, that's cool. I don't have an issue with that. The only other question that I have is, Jeb, do you happen to know if there's an ESR report on this, an evaluation service report, that would tell us whether or not, well, it would tell us what testing methods were done on it, if there is an ESR on it?
I don't know, Rick. I can look into that. I think in response to your first comment, yes, continuity, lapping of the plates, lapping of the sills, and ledgers is certainly language we could add as a requirement. I know this sounds confusing. Everybody keeps asking me, why can't you just use the modeling method? And this is where I don't know how to say it in a way that's helpful, other than to say that the modeling method is penalizes small buildings with a glazing ratio that's too high, and I don't think it makes for better, or I don't think it makes for worse buildings by just acknowledging this in the component method as a means of providing the CI component of the assembly.
Yeah, as long as it's been tested and shown to have the R value that we expect it to have or that we think it has, that's all I would like to see. That's all.
Yeah,
would
if a
your-
motion could be made to make approval dependent on, establishing a agreeable R value, U value reference, that would be fine with me.
Cool,
I
thanks.
mean,
Would the intent of this be met if you simply added a footnote to R4 2.1.3, the R value table, that said that R5 CI could be done with CLT?
Yes.
I mean, it seems simple.
Yeah, super simple.
Say
I mean,
CLT could function as the R5.
The only reason we didn't say that is that the R value that our company uses predominantly is 4.125 inches thick, which is an approximately like R 4.8. But there are other panels that are used that are narrower. There are panels that are used that are thicker. So we were just trying to create a universal language that would apply to the per inch value.
Okay, I heard a
okay.
suggestion that a footnote be put somewhere. We don't have the language in front of us today. If some people think this is a good proposal and want to keep it, it sounds like some code language would need to be developed. So we would need to consider this at a different time. Is that true among the people who are discussing it?
Yes.
Okay, we have a
Yes.
lot to cover. If you want to see this continue, let's have a work group or something. We could make a motion to table now or postpone, or we could do something else with it.
I would rather make a motion to disapprove. This would be starting over and making an entirely new proposal, and everything I've heard so far has been based on somewhat inaccurate information. So that's my proposal, is to disapprove this amendment.
Okay. We have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove in a second. We had a lot of discussion on this. Okay, let's vote on it. I see no more hands up. So I don't think this is going to be I think this is going to be a split vote. So let's do a roll call. The motion is to disapprove 001.
Hang on. Okay, Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Jonah Kenchi,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Elizabeth Torsky, or Kevin, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry for the popping in and out here. So abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No,
Rick Blumenthal,
Rick?
Sorry, no.
Tim Balderston.
That's Tom Balderston. No.
Oh, Tom, sorry about that.
All right. No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion carries 9-3 with one abstention.
The motion carries. 001 is disapproved. We are on to 034 O'Neill. Nick, are you around?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Krista. Yeah, so there's actually 034 and then 016 that follows this. They're kind of closely related in what they're trying to do, but with a little bit of a different different approach. So this one is trying to remove some of the credit from R406 up into the base of the language of the code. The credit number 1 in R406.3 for high efficiency HVAC distribution system options, provides half a credit for locating HVAC and HVAC equipment and the ductwork that goes with it in a conditioned space. And so what we're trying to do here is require that the ductwork is located in the conditioned space as part of the charging language in R403.3, and then allow the builder to comply with the prescriptive area, the section of the code. But if they want to deeply bury the ducts, they would still maintain credit or the applicability of a credit in R406. And this more closely aligns with what is done in Oregon currently, where builders have to either do ducts all the way inside, or if you're going to or allow them to take credit for burying the ducts and having that additional credit compliance path. So the way the base code would work is that ducts would be located inside, but a builder could still take the 10-foot exception, and R406 would basically provide credit for deeply burying the ducts between that exception and fully buried inside. And I think Kevin can speak to this more, but I believe one of the issues with this credit as it stands currently is those points are based on actually having ducts inside already. And so this half a credit actually would more closely align with the savings in this provision than it does previously. So it sort of trues up that language.
Thanks, Nick. Greg.
Yeah, so when I read through the credit 4.1 that you had in the table, so in the past and prior code cycle, I think it was very clear that you got credit for deeply burying, and then there's separate credit for inside the space, and then we changed it so that way you'd only get credit for ducts inside the space. But then when I looked at the original language, it looks like we lost that. So I mean, I like your addition, all ducts shall be located in the conditioned space. But I guess I'm confused by, if you're pulling in the base code, then where do you get the half a credit for? Because they already have to put the ducts in the space.
Yeah, I agreed, Craig, and it took me a little while to figure this out too. So basically what we're saying is that ductwork has to be located in the conditioned space, but if you go down, it's not actually on this page, but in the code, R403.3.3 gives you specifications for what that means. And within that section, you're allowed to have ducts outside of the conditioned space that's, for 10 feet for return decks, 5 for supply ducts, and they have to be insulated at R8. So it still does allow some provision for those ducts, and the credit comes from basically locating everything inside the conditioned space. So items 1 and 2 of R403.3.3 are basically saying everything is inside the conditioned space. It doesn't give you that sort of exception to locate certain aspects of them outside. And Kevin, jump in if I'm misstating what we discussed previously, but that's the way I interpreted it.
I've got the next hand up, so is it okay to go?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Rose with NIA. Yes, I worked with Nick on this proposal. Yeah, the intent is to take a stepping stone towards locating ducts fully within the conditioned envelope within the building thermal envelope by requiring them to be either fully there or what the IECC text considers to be within conditioned space, which allows burying those ducts in various ways in the attic, in the crawl space, several options. So this proposal, the intent of it is to give projects the choice of whether they want to go all the way to ducts fully inside or to just bury them. And as Nick mentioned, this is the exact same choice that Oregon builders are currently given. And very similarly, extra credit is required if you choose to bury your ducts instead of bringing them all the way inside. Since there is an efficiency difference, Oregon requires additional efficiency to be, their version of section R406, they require one additional measure in that case. So it's similar where we'd allow that efficiency delta between burying the ducts and bringing them all the way into conditioned space to be available through our R406 credit system.
I have a question, which is it clear that you can't take R403.3.3 item 3 because that's the exception for the 10 feet and the 5 feet? Right now it says in accordance with section items 1 and 2, but should it clarify that you can't include item 3 in there, or is that maybe already obvious?
Well, I would say since you're asking it, it's not obvious.
Are you suggesting adding something like sections 1 and 2 only, or something like that to say like that's what we're talking about?
Or items 1 and 2, but not item 3, or something like that. Yeah, because item 3 is the exception, and it is within the section referenced.
Yeah, I wonder. There's your point's well taken, Joe. I wonder at the end of this credit, there's a section that says to qualify for this credit, we could add language in there that says like, item 3 cannot be used or something like that.
So I think something like that would make it clear.
So as a follow-up question on how does this impact remodels? Because new construction, I think it's much easier to get ductwork in. It's really good. But what remodels, they may not have the option. You know what I mean? They might, they're in an existing building constraints.
I'm trying to think if this would, I don't think this would apply to.
I guess I shouldn't have said remodels. I should have said additions. Because a lot of times when you're adding an addition, you're still having to remodel or to connect it up.
I am looking right now, Greg, to see. I think the intent was for new construction. I would think additions you would have, well, for one, there's no credit compliance, correct? I don't think R406.
They only need 2 credits.
2 credits, yeah.
Yeah, they need less credits, but I mean, they still need to get credit, or they still need to apply with the base code for the addition portion.
Yeah,
I think there's, let's see, looking at R50222, which is heating and cooling systems and additions.
But that's typical. Our additions have to comply with new construction.
Yeah.
Additions. That's just the way it is.
Well, we're looking that up. Oh, go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I had the same concern you did, and actually, there's an items 3 and 4 that you'd want to specifically exclude. But I'm finding it hard to believe that by just not having the 10 feet of duct, looping through the attic or something like that, that you save so much energy that it's worth a half a credit. It seems like that's overstating it by quite a bit. Or do you have some data on that?
No, I don't have additional data on that. I think when Kevin and I looked, this was a similar provision that Oregon provides with their packages. Basically, it's getting from the inside the conditioned space to deeply buried.
But just for the 10-foot loop That's why you're not talking about running all the ductwork in the attic. You're talking about a little bit that is getting pulled back. And then item 4 is something about running things in floor cavities above unconditioned space, which is a little different physics problem. But I'm not, just intuitively, it sounds like this is a much smaller energy impact than half credit. And I would not vote for this unless I had some rational basis that we could evaluate for how you determined it was worth so much.
And so, Dwayne, just to clarify, so if there was basically, if we took out the credit in R406.3, the intent you're in alignment with, but it's the sort of like half a credit given for this incremental piece that you're struggling with.
Yeah, these credits are all supposed to be equivalent to each other, and we've done calculations before for other credits to try to get them to be equivalent, and this one, it sounds like there's been no calculation done, and like I said, such a small amount of ductwork, I'm having a hard time believing that you can get there.
Yeah. Do the credits, borrowing from the commercial code, but did the credits get reevaluated at the end of all the proposal to assign points to them again?
That have in the commercial code. We have not secured an entity to reevaluate all the credits during or after the residential energy code. I think that's an outstanding, not outstanding in a good way, but outstanding in a not resolved way thing.
Right. I guess what I'm wondering is if the basis of the proposal is, people agree on that, but the credit assignment seems to be in question, that when that task is undertaken at some point and it comes back that there's no credit for it, then the obvious path would just be to remove that. There would be no additional credit, or to assign a point value that's in line with the expected savings of it.
I did not submit a proposal nor ask for a P&L to calculate on the residential code, just because I didn't see there being as much of a benefit here, and we've already loaded a P&L with a lot of work for the commercial code, so I didn't want to overload them. So at least I'm not asking for it, and I'm not aware. When I look through the proposals, I don't see anyone else who's asked for that.
Yeah, so I guess yeah.
What I could do is, and Kevin, I can't quite remember, but I believe when we were discussing this earlier that this option in particular was something that was modeled, maybe it was just the air handler that was inside previously, but that the credit still included that as a requirement. So the half a point more closely aligned with what we were proposing than what was in the 2021 code. So I can go look back at that, but I don't have that offhand.
Okay, we're going to cover R406 next week in much more detail. So let's defer discussion on how many credits you get until next week. For now, let's focus on the language and the ideas contained within the language and see what we can do with that. Does that sound good? So we could, if we approve this today, we could still reevaluate the half a credit at a future meeting when we discuss R406 in much more detail.
Could I just add one more thing? And that's that up at the top where it says R403.3 duct systems, and we've added that new sentence. That sentence makes no impact at all, because it already says you have to comply with 3.1 through 3.8. So saying that you have to comply with 3.3 is, I think, irrelevant.
Did you say 3.8?
Yeah. If you look at that, the sentence that's there already says 3.1 through 3.8.
And that includes requirements for ducts to be in condition space?
But Dwayne, if I understand it correctly, and you probably know better than I do, the 303.1 through 8 are paths you have to follow if you choose to locate ducts inside or outside of conditioned space. It doesn't say you must locate them inside. It's right. If you If you do locate them inside, here are the specifications to do so, but you're still allowed to locate them outside, and then they provide specifications for doing so. Because both inside and outside conditioned space ductwork paths are allowed there.
That's why R4 3.3.2 is stricken in this proposal.
Right.
Okay, and then I just looked at the existing buildings portion, and for renovations, there is clear language about ductwork and extending ductwork from existing systems in renovations. There's not clear ductwork synergy with this one in the additions section to, I think, Greg's point. Go ahead, Larry.
My question to you is, how are you going to get the R50 or 60? Because that's what we're talking, right? Laying the duct down in between the joist spaces or the rafters. And then we're going to bury an R50 over or 60. We haven't discussed what deeply buried means at this point. Does that mean that we're going to get that R50 or 60 over the top completely over these ducts? And then as we come, because most registers are towards the outside walls.
So R30 is deeply buried.
R50 would be deeply buried.
R30.
R30.
Section 4.1.
Okay, so are the original ducts already have 2 inches of insulation on them, or are we running metal ducts now? And then we're going to put an R30 over the top of them.
I think that's in the current code.
So we're talking about ducts that already have 2 inches of insulation on them. And now we're going to put another R30 over the top of these ducts. I mean, how do you do that when most of these registers are out there towards the outside wall? I mean,
it doesn't say 30 goes over the top of it. It just says it, right? Isn't that the part that just says only 3.5 inches have to be above the duct?
Right. Yeah. It says surrounded by.
Yeah. So deeply buried is a misnomer, but I guess it's the phrase we're stuck with.
Well, so
just 3.5 inches on top of the duct, right?
So now we went from an R30 down to maybe an R. We're not even there. We're not where we were. That's what I'm seeing here.
Again, are we talking about the R406 credit? That's where you're talking about.
Right now we were talking about deeply buried ducts.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When we run that duct up there and we run it right on the sheetrock, and now we've got 2 inches on each side, and so you got maybe an R4 if tops there, and then we're going to put an R30. So now I got an R34 at best. So, and we have these spread all over the place. I don't think it's a really great idea myself.
Wait,
unless you take that R50 or 60 and get it over it to maintain your envelope. And that means you're going to start back unless you do it with batting, you're going to start back 2 or 3 feet, well, 3 feet anyway, to build that up to give you that kind of coverage. Really?
I just want to be clear. I think this proposal isn't touching that language.
Yep.
Right? That's what's in the code already.
Yeah, this is simply about changing.
But this is giving you credit for doing that. I think it's costing you. I don't think you're gaining it. I think you're losing. Anyway, thanks.
So go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, I have a comment about the language. When I first looked at this, I read it to mean that you're mandating all ducts be in conditioned space. I've since learned differently, thank you. But would you guys be opposed if it said, instead of what it says in the red underline, it says duct systems located in conditioned space shall be in accordance with section R 403.3.3. Just move the shall be over.
I think that's what the code actually says now. That's actually how you would interpret the code now, right? Like if you're going to locate them inside conditioned space, then R 403.3.3 tells you the requirements for that. But this is instead saying you do have to locate them in conditioned space, and it removes the option for locating them outside of conditioned space, which is R 403.3.2.
Except for the 10 feet and 5 feet.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so then you are mandating that all the ducts be in conditioned space, but what about the burying in the attic?
No, this is only for the energy credit.
Right, the deeply buried part that I think Larry was talking about, that's in the credit. So we just put the credit aside for a minute and look at the R4 3.3 section. We're saying that all ductwork shall be in the conditioned space, and there isn't an option for locating it outside of the conditioned space, with the caveat of the 10 feet of return and 5 feet of supply that is allowed in code. There is the second part of this is, and that's I think where the discussion's been focused, is on this credit, saying that if you go further and deeply bury the duct systems so that there's that 10 foot and 5 foot is not outside of conditioned space, then you would receive a credit for it. And I think there's some discussion over whether that's adequate or not, but the basic intent of the proposal was to require ductwork to be inside the conditioned space.
So when it says in accordance with 3.3, you didn't mean to include the 5 and 10 foot outside of the space, or you did?
No, we did. And actually, Dwayne, to your point, we could stop it. I think it's at duct system shall be located in conditioned space, because as you pointed out,
I think it's better to just strike in conditioned space, and then it would just say located in accordance with 3.3.
That's fine if we removed 3.2.
So you just say located.
We wouldn't need that at all. You just take out 3.2, right?
Well, if you say located in accordance with 3.3, then you haven't like muddied it up by talking about whether it's in conditioned space or not. And then you also strike 3.2.
Well, 3.3 contains an exception where you can put a bunch of ducts not in conditioned space.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what you want to do on that.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like Kevin said, it's sort of the stepping stone. We're not saying everything has to be in conditioned space, no allowance for anything, but it's moving portions of that credit up. So I do agree. I think you could strike that sentence from the charging language as long as you were striking 3.2.
And then did we put that in there already? Where in the credit box there that we said it is in accordance with 1 and 2, but does not permit 3 and 4?
Yeah, that hasn't been added yet on that.
Yeah.
How does the deeply buried, I don't see the 403.3.3, 403.3.4 mentioned there. Should that be mentioned if you're going to allow deeply buried ducts?
Well, I think that is allowable, right? That as part of, if you do deeply bury the ducts, that is what you have to follow.
But in your first red sentence there, as you scrolled up in 403.3, are you saying that ducts shall be in conditioned space, or they're allowed to be deeply buried?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that probably further.
Then you need a reference to 403.3.4.
Right, and so I was going to say, I think what Dwayne's saying is that we're kind of muddying the waters a little bit by saying has to be in accordance with this section, and then if we remove that charging language, then
I'm saying keep in accordance with that section, but remove in conditioned space.
Are you talking about the R4 3.3 right now, or are you talking about the 406?
Should we talk?
I'm asking about the 403.3.
Yeah,
so this would be a requirement for all ducts, a base requirement for all ducts that they meet.
Yep. And what Dwayne is saying is strike the words
in conditioned space.
In conditioned space.
Okay, but then wouldn't you need at the end to say or 403.3.4 if you intend to allow deeply buried.
Well, this wasn't allowing, this just said you had to meet 3.3.
It is not allowed deeply buried ducks. Okay.
It doesn't?
Not the way it's worded.
No.
Yeah, so you could have 403.3.4 in here.
That's my
Could we
question.
see
Is
it
that your
with,
intent to
in-
allow deeply buried ducks or
Could
not?
we see it with in condition space deleted out of 403.3? And then do we want to add and 403.3.4?
So I find the way this is worded confusing, and I have a suggestion. I like the idea that we're trying to get to all ductwork inside conditioned space. That's a great move. I think this would be easier if we said all ductwork must be in conditioned space or deeply buried, period, and then offer a half an energy credit if they go with the ducts in conditioned space without the exception and not deeply buried.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like somebody wants to come up with some code language for that before the next time we meet.
I already got one, but I'll take another one here. That's an easy one.
Okay, I feel like we could try and do it on the fly today, but it might take a while.
I motion to postpone until the new language is developed.
Thank you.
I'll have new language.
Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to postpone. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. That was postponed. Thank you, Greg, for taking that on, and you have your marching orders as far as what I think people wanted to use there. We are off to 016.
Yeah, and this one is not all that different, but it really just focuses on the air handler unit, not the ductwork. So this it uses a different section because of where the air handling unit kind of comes into the code, but it specifies the location for the air handler to be located entirely within the conditioned space. And kind of similarly, it pulls out that credit component of R406. So this, I guess you could say this one is an even smaller stepping stone. It just is the air handler, but you could still have ducts inside or outside conditioned space as necessary, as long as the air handler is inside conditioned space. And I believe if this one, if the 034 passes with some language edits, I don't believe this one will be necessary because I believe duct systems include the equipment, and we're asking for duct systems to be inside conditioned space in RE34.
Okay, how about we postpone this one then?
I motion to postpone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of postponing, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we are on to 049. It was requested by proponents to put these into slightly different orders, so we're off to 049, which is Mike Moore, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Joe. This is Mike Moore with Stater representing the Home Ventilating Institute on this one. And I'm sure the proposal will load soon. There it is. Great. Okay, so this proposal is relatively straightforward. So a couple small changes, and that is changing the fan efficacy for HRVs or ERVs from 1.2 CFM per watt to 1.7, and also changing the SRE that's the minimum SRE that's sensible recovery efficiency that's recognized in table R406.3 from 65 to 67. And the gist behind this, or the motivation behind this proposal, is that it's very cost effective to incrementally improve the minimum performance of these systems. If you look at retail pricing data that's accessed through the internet, and you look at the bottom quartile pricing, the average of the bottom quartile pricing for an H or ERV that is 65 SRE and 1.2 CFM per watt, and compare that to bottom quartile pricing for an H or ERV that's 67 SRE and 1.7 CFM per watt, the difference in incremental cost is something like $30 a year, and the simple payback based on the energy savings associated with those improvements is 1.6 years, I believe, is what it turned out to be. So it's I have here $58, it looks like, but it's actually lower than that. So these numbers that you're seeing right here are conservative. It turned out to be better than that when we reran the numbers recently, just based on turnover in the available models that are now out there, based on just industry improvements and a trend towards EC motors. So I'll just request approval of this. Also note that the commercial tag did approve a similar proposal, and that the IECC 2027 commercial subgroup recently approved these same metrics. 1.7 CFM per watt is also used in California. So there's a lot of coalescing around these numbers in other groups. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. All right, Greg, go ahead.
Just a question. I suspect the answer is going to be yes, but do basically all major HRV and ERV manufacturers have pieces of equipment that meet these thresholds?
I haven't looked to see if all major manufacturers do. I'm going to say yes. This was a proposal that was approved by the Home Ventilating Industry Institute, I should say. So it's supported by the industry, and these numbers are this type of equipment is widely available and supported by all manufacturers out there. Yeah, major manufacturers.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second.
Thanks. We have a motion. We have a second. Seeing my hands up. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you.
Chell, just one note to make for staff here, and that is that the proposal, if you just scroll down, references the latest version of the test standard for the industry, which is C43924. A little bit farther down, I think. Is it not in here? Did it not make it?
Yep, it's in there.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, so the note to staff there is highlighted, just that that should also be coordinated on the commercial side. I failed to update that standard when I submitted the proposal on the commercial side, so I don't know if that could be done editorially, but just a request for staff to coordinate it so we use the same standard in both houses. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we're gonna do 038. Kevin?
Yep, Kevin Rose with NIA. So we had Mike go first because this proposal is dependent on the one you just heard and the supporting analysis that was provided with this proposal assumes the same fan efficiency and heat recovery values that you just voted to approve. It also assumes the 3ACH value that was voted for approval a few hours ago. So you may recall us discussing this proposal last time we met, and there were those areas where the Washington 2024 integrated draft did not align with the supporting analysis. Those gaps have now been closed based on tag activity today. And yeah, so we discussed this last time. So just as a reminder, this would require heat or energy recovery ventilator to be installed in climate zone 5. Why just climate zone 5? There's analysis that we have access to that Mike Moore actually led the development of, and I'm very thankful for, and giving him all the thanks and recognition and allowing me to repurpose it for this proposal. And so we had that available for climate zone 5, but we did not have the same information at hand for climate zone 4. So that folks might recall that this measure is in the IECC currently, but it only extends down to climate zone 6. And while per the IECC's definition of climate zones, a couple of counties in Washington are in climate zone 6. For our stipulation that it's just 4C and 5B, none of Washington is currently impacted by that 2024 IECC requirement. And so this would be a step in that direction to extend the requirement to climate zone 5. We can get into, especially with Mike Moore on the call, lots of detail on the modeling assumptions and methodology supporting the cost effectiveness analysis that went into this. And with that, I'll thank you for your time and allowing me to present this.
Thanks, Kevin. I guess my initial question is, to the extent that this is an energy saving measure, would that mean homes in climate zone 5 would need fewer 406 credits, for example, or something like that?
Yeah, I think that there's multiple possible answers to that question, and that was brought up last time. So the credits aren't currently stipulated by climate zone, so there's no easy fix to make there. One solution could be to set a different credit target per climate zone that would increase complexity. So that might not be viewed as the best move by folks here. Maybe there's some measure of comparable energy savings magnitude that's really more applicable for climate zone 4 instead of 5, and maybe they counterbalance. I don't have one in mind, but while we're just thinking of options here, I think there's a couple of ways to solve that, and I don't want I think it's worth being open-minded to different outcomes, and happy to have tag input on what might be the best route to go for that.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I spoke about last meeting. There were similar proposals, RE79 and RE80, that are currently up in the 27 residential IECC model code process, and they've both been disapproved so far in the HVAC subgroups. And so it's not likely that this is going to get into the 27 code for climate zone 5. And some of the reasons that they were defeated was questions were raised about the cost effectiveness analysis, and additionally for ventilation, air, and comfort issues or complaints. So just want to put that forward. Question 2 for Mike. Going back to the last one, was the minimum efficiency changed in the residential IECC, or was it just the commercial?
Yeah, great question, Ann. So far, just the commercial. The reason being is that the instead of bifurcating the proposals like we're doing today, they were heard together. And so when the committee decided that, or the subgroup recommended that they don't do climate zone 5, then also the improvement in efficacy and SRE did not move forward. So I'm trying to bring forward a modification at the committee level to go ahead and at least move the 67 SRE and 1.7 CFM per watt forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Alexis.
I just wanted to speak in support of this, especially like climate zone 5 is not super cold, but it's cold enough. And so just to have that 65% is really, in my book, not that strict. So I think it would be helpful, because otherwise bringing in, ventilation, air without heat recovery, energy recovery, is quite the energy sink, in my opinion. And so I just wanted to say that I support this. And again, with the way that the roof is going, walls, windows, those numbers are getting really pushed down in terms of BTU usage, and air loss through leakage and then through ventilation, especially as buildings get tighter and tighter, I think is the next front to tackle. So I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you, Alexis. Dave.
In the past, we've had this kind of problem with overlapping measures between the Section 4 code and the option table. In this case, it isn't strictly speaking an overlap because the option table requires 2.0 ACH 50 to get this credit. I would propose that rather than mess around with that, leave it. If you put this equipment in and then get ACH 2.0, you get the credit. It's debatable to me whether it does definitely give you incremental savings. Whether it actually gives you the ones that Mike calculated, it doesn't probably, but nevertheless, it's a highly desirable feature of this proposal that we get a tighter shell to support the cost effectiveness of the unit itself. And I think that in the sense that we're trying to advance the code, particularly in the colder climates, 2 ACH 50 is a worthwhile consideration.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Greg Davenport.
Hello again. Yeah, HRVs are great. I think climate zone 5, there's clearly some benefit there. I realize climate zone 4, it's right a marginal benefit. So I think this makes sense to apply it first to climate zone 5. I know our primary mission is energy, but there's another big benefit with a good HRV in a tight home. HRVs typically have very good filtration on them, and you can change those filters. So with the forest fire and smoke situation that we're seeing more commonly, it's really good for indoor air quality. So that's another benefit of this measure. So I like this measure.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Larry.
I think I've spoken in the past. You have to have the house tight in order for this to really be beneficial, or you're actually going to cost yourself money. So we need to have something in here of tightening up the home if you're going to do this. And then those filters, they're not going to stop the smoke coming in. I mean, they're just little plastic things that you clean out and wash. That's not going to stop the smoke. But I'm a proponent for HRVs, but the house has to be tight. If it ain't tight, it's going to cost you more money. And so I'm almost thinking tighter than the 2.0. So, because what we're trying to do is save energy. We don't want it costing us energy because this thing's going to be running so many hours out of the day. And if you're already running a bunch of air in there and then you bring some more air in, so that's just going to cost you more. So you've got to have a tight envelope. Thank you.
Larry, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to motion that we accept this with modification. Adding an exception below this that says additions and remodels don't have to have this. So just exception, and then and the reason behind that first modification is just because if you're working with an existing home and you're trying to add to it, it's just not, we're going to run into feasibility challenges. So rolling this out just to new construction makes it easier. And then the second addition I was going to add is a credit option 2.0 that just says having an ERV or HRV gives you half a credit, and that applies regardless if you're in climate zone 4 or 5. So that way we can capture that additional half a credit for the zone 5 who happens to put in puts in an HRV, and so I mean, and it would only apply for, I mean, if you look at the credits that are currently there, the next stage up is 1 credit, so half a credit seems like it's a good, you know, I mean, a good amount, half credit for an standalone HRV ERV.
Greg, would you also like to modify the SRE to move from 65 to 67? I did notice that, you know, that would be consistent with the prior action.
Sure.
Okay,
Thanks.
we have a motion to approve this proposal with modification 67, not required for additions or alterations, and a new R46 credit under 2, which would give you basically, since this is required in Eastern Washington, this would give you half a credit. So everybody in Eastern Washington would get this half a credit for doing it, and you could optionally get this half credit in Western Washington. Okay, so is there a second for the motion?
I'll second it. This is Greg.
Thanks, Greg. We have a motion, we have a second. Dave Balon.
I'm finished.
Okay. All right, Tom.
Yeah, I remember the discussion, we talked about the cost estimates not being very accurate, but and I pointed out that the spot HRVs, when I've seen the 65% efficiency, I've sort of seen that as code so that it allows a spot HRV or ERV like the whisper comfort fan. And that's what builders would tend to opt for because it's a $800 fan instead of a full-on ducted system. So this doesn't look like it requires a ducted system. And I just wanted to clarify that that was your intent. And maybe by going from 65 to 67, you'll eliminate the spot ERVs. But does your intent to require a ducted system? Is the question.
Intent would just require the system, not necessarily ducted nor ductless. I mean, is that 65 to 67? Does anyone know off the top of their head, is that a problem for people who provide spot systems?
I could check HVI here, but it'll take me a minute.
Yeah, 65 to 70% is pretty easy to hit in a spot HRV, ERV, or even a fully ducted one. Tom brings up a really good point, which is in a small home, let's say 1 to 2 bedrooms, a spot ERV is a great solution for energy efficiency and ventilation. If we want to go a little further here, we might consider saying if the home is 3 or more bedrooms, you need to supply fresh air into the bedrooms or something like that. But I think we're moving the right direction here, and I don't want to mess this up.
If it's easier just to put that at 65 instead of 67, if that's the group's consensus.
I heard someone say that spot ERV goes 65 to 70, which means 67 would be in there.
Okay, so 67's in there.
Maybe I misheard, but that's what I heard someone say.
No, the Brones and the Panasonics that make the good ones are in that near 70% range. So I think 67% is an easy number.
Okay, perfect. I only caught the first number, the 65. I missed the 70, the range.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second for it. Tom, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, Dwayne.
Yeah, I think the modifications that were presented pretty much gut this proposal, and I would say we should vote against those and vote the proposal as originally presented.
Is that a motion to do something, Dwayne, or?
No, I think we have to vote on this first because I'm just saying nah.
No, I mean, you could make a motion to amend.
To amend all the way back to the original. No, I'll wait to see how this vote goes.
Okay, Rick.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think you can use a spot system. First of all, HRVs and ERVs have to be sized correctly. That's number one. Number two, I believe the code says that we have to have fresh air supplied to every room. So that means it has to be ducted, because if it has to be supplied to every room, it has to be directed. The only way you can direct it is to duct it. So I don't think we can get by with spot for two reasons, sizing and supply to every room. So I think that needs to be looked into carefully. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Greg Davenport.
Sorry, I left my hand up before. I'm done.
All right, well, I think it is the 3 o'clock hour. We are going to vote on this. So we have a motion to approve the proposal with a few amendments on it that you see on the screen. All in favor of approval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote on this. The motion is to approve the proposal, so a yes vote approves the proposal with modifications, and no vote does something else. Roll call.
All right, Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Jonah Kinchy.
Jason's back too.
Oh, Jason then.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Marina Resputness,
Irina?
Sorry, can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to approve the proposal as modified on the screen.
I'm gonna abstain. I've been multitasking and I apologize.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
No.
motion fails 5-6 with 2 abstentions.
And motion fails. All right. Well, unless someone else makes an immediate motion on this, we are out of time.
Motion to approve as originally submitted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as originally submitted. Kevin?
Yeah, can I request the change from 65 to 67% be retained so that there's no inconsistency between this proposal and the previous one?
Wayne, do you?
That is friendly, yes.
Deepa?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to approve with the 65 turned to 67, but otherwise the other two additions are not part of this. Greg Johnson.
Yeah, so how are we going to deal with now the east side of the state? Do they get another half a credit, or like how are we going to deal with that, Dwayne? Like we have a
No, this just made the code more stringent for climate zone 5.
and there's no recognition of that?
Yeah, that we're moving the code in the direction that we're supposed to be moving it.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
I don't think that's right. I mean, since we're on the other side of the mountains, we got to spend more, and we should get something for it. And maybe Dwayne would take a deal if we do this on the east side and we get the 2 Pascals test, that we get the credit. I think that would be reasonable you saw offered that to begin with. I think that would encourage both, and I think that would be good. Thank you.
Currently, I mean, the way I see it is if this is required for climate zone 5, then climate zone 5 is already halfway to getting the 1.0 credits for ACH2 and HRV or ERV.
Correct.
So you're closer to that, but it's, yeah. Go ahead, Ann.
Yes, I just want to reiterate that disapproval on this is going to add a lot of cost, and it is not beneficial in climate zone 5. And I think it was Rick that said that the best way is to provide a dedicated duct system. I think there's a lot of issues with this, and it's definitely going to impact affordability.
Yeah.
Right. Excuse me, did you say that it's not effective in climate zone 5?
It's not if it's not cost effective. It's not cost effective in climate zone 5, or not needed in climate zone 5. And I'm basing that on testimony I've listened to in the 27 code. I'm not an expert. I wish there were more builders who.
A lot of builders consolidate their space conditioning ductwork with their HRV or ventilation ductwork, and that's a pretty cost-effective way to go.
Okay.
Dave Balon?
Yeah, I agree with Larry. All we need to do is pass this as it's written and not mess with the option table record, which would cause it to be, if you just put in 2 ACH 50 in zone 3, that's zone 5, that's all you need.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. That's what I think. If you're going to make us put this in, let's give us, and I would like to make that as a change here to Dwayne's thing, is that we give them, if they get it at the 2, then we get the credit. Okay.
That's already part of the code, Larry.
You don't have to do that.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
get
Just don't mess with it.
And HRV, ERV,
so we're really not gaining nothing there. I'm sorry.
No, you get the credit if you get 2 ACH 50.
But if we have 2 H50, we get the credit anyway, right, Dave? So we didn't gain.
No, you only get the credit with the HRV.
Oh.
In zone 4, you've got to get the HRV and the 2 ACH 50. In zone 5, with this change, you only have to get the 2 ACH 50.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
All right. I think we've heard I think we're running out of time. So we have 4 hands raised, 3 hands raised, and I don't know who's still wants their hand raised. Go ahead, Greg.
I'll make an mandatory motion that we strike in climate zone 5, so it applies to both sides of the state.
But we didn't have any cost effectiveness information on this side. And do you, from the proponents, is your hunch that it doesn't work as well cost effectively in this side?
It's more cost effective in climate zone 5. That is true, than in climate zone 4. And we don't have the climate zone 4. I appreciate the bone, Greg, but yeah, this has only been done for climate zone 5. So probably best to stick with that at this point and maybe look at 4 next cycle.
I just wanted it to be fair. So, I mean, if you don't want to give us a half a credit for it, then it should apply to the whole state. So, but yeah, that's a motion. So.
Well, thank you.
It's a motion. Part of me thinks it's not a motion to make the code better, but a motion to.
It's a second on top of that.
Throw them a bone.
Do something else.
So Larry, were you seconding the motion?
Yes, I seconded
Okay,
it.
we have a motion. We have a second to amend this to strike climate zone 5. All right, it's getting late. I think everybody needs a beer. Unfortunately, we're still in the meeting. All right, so we have a motion. I'm going to. Okay, there's a motion to strike climate zone 5 from this. So this vote would not be on the proposal itself. This would be just to strike the words climate zone 5 from this. Tom, do you have something to say about that?
No, not to that. Mine was to the
Okay,
other
well,
proposal.
that's what we're going to vote on. Kevin, do you have something to say to that?
Yeah, recognizing that we're over time and operating without cost effectiveness data relevant to the vote that we're talking about here. Somewhat of a question to Mike Moore, since you did the other climate zones. If there's authentic interest in investigating cost effectiveness in climate zone 4, and maybe specifically for the Washington market, is there a possibility of running analysis to inform a next meeting on that topic, and picking this discussion back up then, so that we're not operating this may be the first time in my career that I'm advocating against an energy efficiency improvement that's been proposed, but I don't feel comfortable moving forward completely without information relevant to what we're talking about here.
Right. I'm kind of in the same boat through the chair. I don't have the data right now, and to run the building energy simulations and pull this together, I just don't have the bandwidth to do that either at this point. So yeah, this would be kind of flying blind, unfortunately.
Okay, Anne, go ahead.
Yes, just please do not make this mandatory across the whole state. Take your time. Let's do some research.
Okay, well, someone made a motion, so we're going to vote on the motion. The motion is to change this proposal so that it strikes in climate zone 5 from it. Let's do a roll call vote on it.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Jason Garrett,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
I'm torn on this one. I'm gonna say yes.
Irina Respetness. No.
Oh.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarjan.
No.
Motion fails 5-7 with 1 abstention.
Motion fails. Okay, we're going to vote on the main motion, which is to approve this as written, except for with a 65 to 67 modification, but only applying to climate zone 5. We'll do a roll call vote on that.
Running out of columns. Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
No.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
Sure. Yes.
Tim Balderston.
Yes.
It's Tom Balderston, just to be clear.
All right, I keep doing that.
All right. I can be Tim.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 10-2 with 1 abstention.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you all for staying overtime and participating today and all your brilliant comments. Thank you. I will see you again next week where we will do the same thing, only with different proposals. Thanks.
Have
and we are
fun.
adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good job, Jill.
Yep, good job.